Chair lays out House Bill 4506 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4506 by Bonin relating to electronic delivery of notice for certain municipal zoning changes.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 4506 until 6:15 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1769. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2774. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2774 by, Hinojosa Adams, relating to the classification of certain entities as primarily engaged in retail trade for purposes of the franchise tax.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply corrects an arbitrary and unfair disparity in Texas franchise law by allowing the uniform and linen processing industry to qualify for a retail wholesale franchise tax rate and move adoption.
Question occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill 2774. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Have all voted. There being 137 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2774 is passed the third reading. Mr. Darby moves to lay House Bill 1769 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5394. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5394 by Rose relating to prohibiting child placing agencies from imposing certain requirements on relative and designated caregivers.
Chair recognizes Ms. Collier for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 5394 until 9 a.m. Saturday, May 10th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1837. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1837 by Guillen relating to the enforcement and prevention of offenses involving the manufacture or delivery of controlled substances listed in Penalty Group 1B, law enforcement officer safety, and handling those substances and the manufacture and proper use of opioid antagonists.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1837 strengthens our law enforcement response to the opioid and fentanyl crisis by establishing a specialized training program and a statewide task force focused on lethal opioid poisoning prevention. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1837. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Luther voting aye. Have all voted. There being 135 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1837 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1787. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1787 by Howard relating to the establishment of a higher education plan for human papillomavirus education and prevention.
Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Let me start by saying that what this bill is not. It is not a mandate on vaccines. But that being said, I have a few things I'm going to share with you. First off, I'm interested to know that on social media, I've been seeing a lot, as many of you probably have been as well, that I'm apparently the reigning queen of the tyranny squad, whatever the heck that is, but I'm going to accept that tyranny squad. Floor queen, thank you. Actually, what I am is a nurse and a health educator by profession and training. And I am obviously up here a lot of times focused on nursing, focused on healthcare, as I am again today. Reminiscent, as I've been visiting with folks about this, of when I first got here, one of my first full session in 2007 was when the legislature voted to nullify Governor Perry's executive order that we mandate HPV vaccine for young children, youth, and young adults here in Texas. In fact, I think the age was like for 6th grade. To be in 6th grade, it was going to be required. That didn't happen. I know Governor Perry since has said that was not the way to have done it, but he tried it, it didn't work, and it set us back. Because this is a vaccine that can actually save lives.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Luther, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
HB 1787 is about informed choice. It's about choice. Like people talk about vaccine choice. This is about choice using undisputed medical facts. It requires DISHES and the coordinating board to work together to create a plan to educate Texas students, college students, about prevention, detection, and treatment of HPV. And contrary to what some of the stuff that's been handed out says, I can tell you what it actually says in the bill analysis that this does. Contrary to what it says that I'm just about making you do a vaccine, what it asks the coordinating board and DISHES to do is the following: conduct health education, public awareness, and community outreach activities regarding the risk factors, and we can talk about those if you want, the risk factors for the value of early detection of, available screening services for, and options available for the treatment of health problems caused by HPV. This is about giving information that includes, yes, indeed, information about a vaccination that works. But it also talks about what you can do, abstinence, condoms, ways that you can prevent, because this is a sexually transmitted disease that probably most of us in this room carry this particular virus. It is prevalent. It is prevalent. That's in the medical journal. It is prevalent. Most of the time, it corrects itself. It clears up. It doesn't turn into cancer. But 97% of all cervical cancers are caused by the human papilloma virus. Do you understand that? If you know anybody that has cervical cancer, more than likely it was caused by the HPV vaccine. And yes, it's true. 90% clear up, 10% turn into cancer. This vaccine is almost 100% effective in treating and preventing that cancer. Preventing it from happening in the first place. And let me just say, we have numbers here about what we're talking about with the deaths in Texas. The Texas Health and Human Services indicated in 2024 that we expected 1,490 Texas women to be diagnosed with cervical cancer. That's on top of those that already have cervical cancer. And they also said, this is a number to hear, 459 Texas women are expected to die from cervical cancer in 2024. 459 Texas women die because of a disease that could have been prevented. I have a few more things to say. The reality is that cervical cancer is the third most diagnosed cancer for women ages 20 to 39 in Texas, and according to the American Cancer Society, HPV is directly linked to 90% of cervical cancer cases. The opposition will say that in 90% of the cases, the body's immune system clears HPV naturally within 2 years, and this is accurate, and I am very grateful for that. However, when the infection doesn't go away, it can develop into cancer, especially cervical, and guys, you need to listen to this. It also can be anal and oropharyngeal cancers, and while HPV is often associated with cervical cancer in women, it's important to recognize the growing threat that it poses to men, particularly with throat cancer. In fact, HPV-related throat cancer is now the most common HPV-associated cancer in the United States, and men account for the vast majority of these cases. This is not just a woman's problem. It's your problem now too, men. According to the CDC, HPV causes an estimated 70% of oropharyngeal cancers, and more than 15,000 men are diagnosed with these cancers each year, surpassing the number of cervical cancer diagnoses in women. So why is educating young adults about actions they can take, including choosing to vaccinate, why is it that can save their lives? Why is this controversial? Okay, so y'all got this flyer. I think everybody got this in your offices, when you walked into the door, or maybe on your desk, I don't know, lots of places. This is the kind of information that is keeping us from passing legislation like this. It refers to the fact that there were 32 deaths. That is not accurate. That is not accurate. 32 deaths were reported to the site where you can report adverse effects, but when they studied and documented in the death records, in the autopsies, they looked at all the records, the reported deaths with available records, autopsy reports, or death certificates describe causes other than recent vaccination. The vaccination was not what caused those deaths. This is stuff that's being taken out of context. Yes, 32 deaths were reported, but there were not 32 deaths that actually happened as a result of a vaccination. We cannot let this misinformation guide our public health choices that can save lives. Don't be fooled by this information. It is misinformation. So let me just say again, HB 1787 is not about mandating vaccines. At its heart, this bill is about educating students with the goal of preventing the spread of a disease that has been proven to cause cancer. If anything, this bill is about choice. It is about giving college students the information they need to choose the best option to protect themselves and prevent the spread of HPV. This is about saving lives. It's beyond comprehension that this is controversial, that we would allow life-saving efforts to be politicized, that we choose to let people die to protect a political scorecard. Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 1787 until June 3rd, 2025, and I hope nobody dies in the meantime.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2271. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2271 by Wale, relating to collecting and sharing capacity and enrollment information for certain daycare centers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wale to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, currently the Texas Workforce Commission collects enrollment and availability data from licensed child care centers that participate in the state's child care scholarship. This data is stored in the Texas Child Care Availability Portal and is available to the public online. So what the bill does, it seeks to improve information regarding child care center enrollment and availability across the state for both lawmakers and for families by requiring all child care centers to report monthly data to the Texas Workforce Commission. That's all the bill does. I move passage.
Please excuse Ms. Leo Wilson and Hinojosa to attend a meeting of the Committee on Public Health on a motion of Mr. Munoz. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2271. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Garcia of Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Show Mr. Bryant voting aye. Show Ms. Kerwin voting nay. Have all voted. There being 87 ayes, 52 nays, House Bill 2271 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Tonight, dinner in the members' lounge, chicken fried steak and mashed potatoes for purchase.
Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2440. The clerk will read the bill.
2440 by Curry, relating to the authority of a state agency or the state's air quality state implementation plan to impose certain restrictions with respect to a motor vehicle, including a motor vehicle powered by an internal combustion engine.
Chair recognizes Mr. Curry to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill is because Texans value choice and markets, not mandates, should drive technological transitions. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2440. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Kerwin voting aye. Have all voted. There being 99 ayes, 37 nays, House Bill 2440 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5134. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5134 by Garcia Hernandez, relating to eligibility to request a deposition before bringing a civil action.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Texas Rules of Civil Procedure Rule 202 has been used to weaponize the legal system. The result of this has resulted in harassment of businesses, individuals, and even political figures from frivolous litigation. This particular bill would narrow this eligibility to those who have suffered or can reasonably expect to suffer damages. Additionally, the bill discourages malicious litigants by requiring those who violate this provision to cover the other party's legal fees. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5134. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bojani voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Have all voted. There being 104 ayes, 35 nays, House Bill 5134 is passed to engrossment. Please excuse members of the Public Education Committee to attend a meeting of the committee on a motion of Mr. Metcalf. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5149. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5149 by Villalobos, relating to restricting the use of DNA samples collected from children in the managing conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services for certain purposes.
Chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos to explain the bill.
As it sits today, there are no laws guiding Department of Family Protective Services on DNA collection for foster kids. This bill would allow DNA to be collected if there is a court order or parental guardian consent. We need this. Thank you. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5149. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Kerwin voting aye. She's still on the phone. Have all voted. There being 128 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 5149 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2151. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2151 by Capriglione, relating to the applicability of sex offender registration requirements for the offense of indecent assault.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2151 strengthens Texas sex offender registration laws by addressing gaps related to the offense of indecent assault. There is an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harris.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain my amendment.
Mr. Speaker, your amendment adds improper relationships between a teacher and a student. I move adoption.
The question is on the adoption of the amendment acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2151. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all voted. There being 122 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 2151 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2073. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2073 by whole, relating to increasing the criminal penalty for certain violations of certain court orders or conditions of bond in cases involving family violence, child abuse or neglect, sexual assault or abuse, indecent assault, stalking, or trafficking.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would enhance the offense of violating a family violence or sexual assault bond or protective order if, while doing so, the perpetrator was in possession of a deadly weapon. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2073. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all voted. There being 125 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2073 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2186. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2186 by Hernandez, relating to the regulation of elevator mechanics, elevator apprentices, and contractors requiring an occupational registration.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill would ensure that the utmost safety for Texans riding elevators by requiring individuals who install, maintain, or repair elevators to register with TDLR and have instruction from an approved program. It also sets minimum requirements to be registered as an elevator mechanic and implements continuing education as set by commission rule. It also includes an implementation period to align with the upcoming system upgrades for TDLR. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2186. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. We've all voted. There being 79 ayes, 49 nays, House Bill 2186 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2025. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2025 by Tepper, relating to the filing for record for a plat, replat, or amended plat or replat of a subdivision of real property or condominium.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I apologize. This is an amazingly boring bill. House Bill 2025 ensures a plat filing is not rejected if the taxes owed on the plat are calculated after the plat is filed but before the plat is recorded, usually after September 1st, before the new tax rates are understood.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2025. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 128 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2025 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1936. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1936 by Cook, relating to the issuance of a citation for the offense of the unauthorized use of a parking designed for persons with disabilities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1936 is a result of the Governor's Committee on People with Disabilities. There was an error that was made, an unintended consequence that prohibited officers from writing citations. They were only able to give warnings, and House Bill 1936 takes care of that, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1936. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. We've all voted. There being 113 ayes, 12 nays, House Bill 1936 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1777. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1777 by Morales of Maverick, relating designation on a person's driver's license or personal identification certificate that the person is a registered sex offender.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for rolling your R's. This is a discrete designation on state-issued IDs for individuals required to register as sex offenders. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1777. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. We've all voted. There being 118 ayes, 4 nays, House Bill 1777 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1663. The Senate companion is over ineligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 771. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 771 by Hinojosa Adams, relating to a credit or refund for diesel fuel taxes paid on diesel fuel used in the state by auxiliary power units or power takeoff equipment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Representative Ashby's bill. SB 771 just reinstates the tax rebate for diesel that fuels auxiliary power units and power takeoff equipment Importantly, equipment which is not used to power a vehicle down the road. We already provide this rebate for gasoline-powered APU and PTO equipment. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 771. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 125 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 771 is passed to third reading. Mr. Lambert moves to lay House Bill 1663 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1306. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1306 by Landgraf relating to certain claims for benefits or compensation by a coroner, medical examiner, or death investigator.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill recognizes the critical role of death investigation professionals, including medical examiners, and ensures that they receive benefits that reflect the risks, and I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Landgraf.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment would entitle death investigation professionals to expedited workers' comp for injuries sustained while performing their duties while maintaining a statutory distinction from law enforcement and firefighters. I move adoption.
Mr. Landgraf sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1306. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 125 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1306 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1290. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 314. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 314 by Hughes relating to prohibiting certain food additives from being included in free or reduced price meals provided by school districts.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is our Healthy School Lunches Bill. SB 314 bans dangerous additives from the free and reduced price meals in our schools, and I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harris Davila.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a clarifying amendment, adds a few ingredients to the list. I move passage.
Ms. Harris Davila sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila to close on the bill.
Thank you, members. SB 314 is common sense, backed by science, and overdue. Our kids deserve foods that build them up, not break them down. I'd appreciate your support, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 314. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Have all voted. There being 125 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 314 is passed to third reading. Ms. Harris Davila moves to lay House Bill 1290 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1527. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1527 by Alders relating to tuition and fee exemptions at public institutions of higher education for certain peace officers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Alders to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a non-controversial bill. This is a bill supporting our law enforcement. It expands tuition exemptions at our universities. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1527. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all voted. There being 127 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1527 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4802. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4802 by Cook relating to certain benefits payable by the Judicial Retirement System of Texas Plan 1 and the Judicial Retirement System of Texas Plan 2.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4802 provides for a one-time annuity adjustment of 7.5% in each year of the biennium for retired judges in JRS 1 and JRS 2. Our retired judges have not seen an increase, and it's been 20 years since 2005. Members, let's ensure that our retired judges who dedicated their lives to public service are secure in their retirement, and I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Cook.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment changes the annuity amount from 7.5% down to 5% based on the budget availability in each year of the biennium, corrects the drafting error, and provides for a Nelson amendment, and it's acceptable to the author and a move adoption.
Please excuse Mr. King because of important state affairs business on a motion of Mr. Guerin. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Cook sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4802. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 115 ayes, 8 nays, House Bill 4802 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3462. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3462 by Hunter relating to the use or purchase or other acquisition of property under the Public Property Finance Act.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 3462 addresses an important gap in current law relating to how local governments finance the acquisition or improvement of real property. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3462. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. I'm going to postpone my bill. The next one up on the calendar that I have, I'm going to postpone. Have all voted? There being 117 ayes, 7 nays, House Bill 3462 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2963. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2963 by Capriglione relating to diagnosis, maintenance, and repair of certain digital electronic equipment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2963 is about ensuring the freedom to fix. It's about Texans having access to the parts, tools, and information needed to diagnose, maintain, and repair the digital devices they already own. There's an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Capriglione.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione on the amendment.
Speaker, members, this amendment removes educational institutions from the list of entities that are defined as consumers in this bill. I move adoption.
Mr. Capriglione sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to close on the bill.
This bill is about the right to repair. We'll have it in Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2963. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all voted? There being 126 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2963 is passed engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2462. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2462 by Leach relating to the use of a high occupancy vehicle lane by an operator of a motor vehicle who is pregnant.
The chair recognizes Speaker Phelan to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I move
I'm sorry for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2462 until 6:15 today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading. Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Would it be possible for our IT experts to look at the IFAS system again, because the amendments are not pulling up in real time, and the last amendment we had pulled up on the screen after it was already adopted. So I wonder if we could look into that and get that addressed.
I doubt that's a proper parliamentary inquiry, but
Probably
I'll pass
not.
the message along.
Thank you.
The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2560. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2560 by Schaffner relating to the creation of the Adopt a County Road Program.
Chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2560 allows the counties to enter into an agreement with a private entity for an Adopt a County Road program. The details of the agreement are up to the discretion of the county. Some counties use the unit road system, in which the county judge is able to hire a road and bridge person to make sure industry pays for any damage done to the county roads. Other counties use commissioner road system, in which county commissioners is responsible for making sure industry repairs any roads have damage. Adopt a County Road in partnership between the county and industry to make sure county roads remain intact. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2560. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 126 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2560 is passed engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 644. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 644 by Bella Montgomery relating to the civil liability of certain businesses in connection with allowing concealed handguns on the business premises.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 644 amends Chapter 95A,
and civil practice remedies to address the liability of businesses connected with allowing concealed handguns on their premises.
Mr. Speaker.
Private business owners should not be
Mr.
liable.
Romero, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 644 under Rule 4, Section 32 of the House Rules on the grounds that the bill analysis is misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Guerin for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. A lost phone was turned in, so if you're missing yours, it'll be at my desk. It has a picture of a beautiful baby on it.
Point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery to continue explaining in the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Private business owners should not be liable solely for the decision to allow lawful carrying of concealed carry. HB 644 also clarifies the lack of oral written communication that constitutes notice for purposes of Section 30-6 Penal Code is sufficient to allow entry on premises by licensed holder with concealed handgun.
Mr. Speaker?
Passage.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I would yield for questions.
Gentleman yields.
So, Representative Bell, this bill is a broad exemption of liability for people allowing others to carry firearms into their business. Is that correct?
I believe it simply makes certain that the folks who do not act to post against lawful carry are not inadvertently challenged with a legal liability based solely on the fact they chose not to post.
Do you think that different businesses may have different level of risk from people carrying firearms on their premises?
I believe that we have different signage requirements for different applications where you have different types of businesses, and I think those are adequate under state law to be certain we take care of citizens.
Do you think that there are businesses in Texas where choosing to allow firearms on the property is more dangerous than others because of the type of activities going on at that business?
So we can do a lot of speculating, but this particular bill doesn't look at what those businesses are. That's other parts of the statute. This particular bill only makes certain that a business owner who doesn't want to post signs is not held liable solely because they don't want to post signs and allow for lawful carry.
Yeah, no, and I understand that the bill as it's written doesn't distinguish. I think the reason I ask is because I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, can we get some order? It's very difficult to hear.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
So, Representative Bell, under base tort law, generally the way somebody might get held liable for something like this is because they knew or should have known that allowing somebody to bring firearms onto their premise was likely to get somebody hurt.
So
And I guess what I'm asking is, do you think there are businesses where the business owners should know that adding firearms to the ingredients at their business raises the level of danger?
So while that's outside of this particular bill, our statutes already require people who have businesses like that to post different signage to make certain that doesn't inadvertently occur.
I think you're referring to like bars, correct, and whatnot.
That'd be one example.
Yeah. Well, I guess what I'm wondering is we have law that says that people can't carry in businesses that sell alcohol, correct?
That has nothing to do with this
Well,
bill.
no, I mean, the reason I'm asking is because I don't think the same language applies to places that have a bring your own alcohol policy.
So this particular bill is very narrowly crafted. It only makes certain that a business isn't held liable solely for making the decision not to post, whereas otherwise lawful for a person to carry a concealed carry using the license to carry that is authorized under the state of Texas, as we discussed up here just a few minutes ago.
All right. I guess I'm just trying to think through scenarios where perhaps a business owner should know better and should attempt to restrict that, which again, your bill is protecting them from liability under, which is why I'm asking about that in particular. I mean, I'm thinking of, maybe a concert venue that's hosting somebody where there's been issues of violence at previous concerts. Do you think a business like that should have a responsibility to try and minimize the number of firearms on the premises?
No, I don't, but this bill does nothing to change the obligations of business owners in Texas to comply with the law.
But this bill does relieve business owners from the responsibility to consider whether allowing firearms on the property is going to increase the danger to the people visiting that business, correct?
I would just wholeheartedly disagree with that statement. In fact, I would suggest to you that Texans are made safer by lawful carry, not less safe.
Is that true everywhere?
I'm unaware of any situation where a law-abiding citizen with the license to carry has acted in a manner that was criminal.
Does allowing people onto the property who have a license to carry, I mean, do business have any way to easily distinguish who has that license to carry and who does not?
The law holds individuals accountable for failing to comply with the law, where the law differs from this bill. This bill has nothing to do with providing a defense for the person carrying it. It provides a defense solely to the business in the absence of the decision to post signage.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not just the decision to post, it could also be, holding a very firearms-friendly event would also have liability removed as well, correct?
So I don't read that in the bill at all. I think we could hypothesize a lot of different scenarios where people might or might not have access to any number of opportunities to do things that are not lawful. But again, they would be held subject to the laws that were in place to constrain those functions, not this law.
Okay.
This law is very, very narrowly crafted to be certain that businesses who cannot have a liability created on them solely because they don't post or notify that you can't carry it lawfully.
Okay. Now, so I just want to dial in on this one more time real quick. Do businesses have any tools to tell who has that license to carry and who does not?
It is not the action of the business to need to do that. We have law enforcement in place. If someone comes in, you mentioned a bar earlier, if they come into a facility where that is not lawful, then that's where that response would occur. It wouldn't be under this bill.
Okay.
This bill is very narrowly tailored, again, to make certain that Texas businesses, the people who do business in your community and mine, aren't held liable solely because they elect to allow for the lawful carry of a concealed firearm in their business.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Move passage.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Just a couple more quick questions, Chairman. Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I would yield for questions.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman. So when I read the bill, I have a hard time. I mean, I know, we all file bills for different reasons. Is this something that's already occurred, that there's been lawsuits on particular places of businesses, and we think that those are unjustified lawsuits and we're out to protect them? Or is this just something that your foresight has said that we need to, it's not fair that this should happen in the future?
I would go with that.
So there haven't been situations where...
I'm not advised of situations where that has occurred, but the reality is our businesses should not be subjected to that type of liability solely for complying with the laws of our state.
So when you say potential liability of damages that could arise from allowing, what are we talking about? What does that look like other than a lawsuit?
I think that would be situational, circumstantial, and we could talk about all kinds of scenarios, but the reality is this bill is very narrowly crafted, and it says that a business owner cannot be held liable solely for failing to, or for deciding not to post or to orally notify people that they're able to comply with the laws of our state.
And I guess I'm just trying to get you to help me understand what is being held liable for damages. What kind of damages are we talking about, Chairman?
I don't have an interest in speculating. I think we could go through a lot of different scenarios, but the purpose of this bill and the effort to respect this body's time, I'll stay away from speculation on it. I'll stand on what the bill does. If you have questions about the bill, I'll do my best to answer you, my friend.
Well, I mean, I guess the question is, it does relieve liability, and I'm trying to understand, does this mean any liability, anything that happens, no one can say, well, they allowed guns on this premises, therefore they're at fault for the fact that there was a shootout here. That's what your bill would do.
So the bill is very narrowly crafted, and in its language says you cannot be liable solely for making the decision to allow access to the laws of Texas.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 644. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Show Ms. Cole voting nay. Have all voted? There being 83 ayes, 47 nays, House Bill 644 is passed in engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2725. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2725 by Cole relating to discount programs provided by toll project entities for certain customers.
Chair recognizes Ms. Cole to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would exempt first responders from paying toll roads. This includes police officers, EMS, paramedics, and firefighters. It's similar to the Veterans Discount Program. The bill would extend toll exemptions for licensed police officers, firefighters, and EMS. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2725. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Cole voting aye. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Have all voted? There being 112 ayes, 11 nays, House Bill 2725 is passed in engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2621. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2621 by Meyer relating to recording and archiving of live video feed by the Texas Department of Transportation.
Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 2621 requires the Texas Department of Transportation to record and archive live video feed from its traffic cameras for at least 30 days. Members, this bill was inspired by constituents of mine, the Merzen family. Their loving husband and father, Chris, was tragically murdered in a road rage shooting incident in broad daylight in Dallas in 2021. The case was never solved, and the incident highlighted the need for accessible traffic camera footage to aid law enforcement. I have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Meyer.
Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment just names this bill after Christopher Merzen, and I move adoption.
Mr. Meyer sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2621. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all voted? There being 107 ayes, 27 nays, House Bill 2621 is passed in engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2588. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2588 by Hull relating to cottage food production operations.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2588 until 5 p.m. Saturday, May 10th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1443. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1443 by Schatzline relating to creating the criminal offense for promotion of a childlike sex doll.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schatzline to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1443 creates a criminal offense for possessing or promoting childlike sex dolls, anatomically correct dolls, mannequins, or robots that resemble children and are intended for sexual use. HB 1443 sends a clear message that Texas will not tolerate the sexualization of children or the normalization of pedophilia in any form. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1443. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schatzline voting aye. Have all voted? There being 134 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1443 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1403. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1403 by Harris relating to the collection and confidentiality of information regarding weapons in agency foster homes, creating a civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schatzline for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 1403 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 12th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3032. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3032 by Howard relating to a study by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board in coordination with other state agencies on the feasibility of developing clinical sites for nursing students.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, again, we talk about this a lot. We're in the middle of a healthcare workforce crisis. And what this means for our constituents is there are increased wait times at hospitals, which can negatively impact their health outcomes, longer hours for nurses, which can lead to burnout, and an overburdened healthcare system. If we want to improve the situation, we need to increase the number of nurses and healthcare professionals, which sounds pretty easy, except there's some pinch points here, one of which is the clinical training sites. HB 3032 is just one more tool to address the lack of clinical training sites by directing, oh, I love this, the coordinating board to work with HHSC, the Board of Nursing, TDCJ, and TJJD to identify state-supported healthcare facilities that could serve as additional training sites. The vision is to utilize state facilities like our state hospitals or state-supported living centers to train future nurses. In an ideal world, a student will complete part of their clinical training hours at a state facility like a state hospital, and during the course of that training, they discover a passion for that work and choose to actually pursue a career at that facility or at a similar state facility. However, even if things don't pan out that way, this is still a win-win situation. The student receives the training experience they need to graduate, and the state has a constant flow of students who can help deliver services. This is really just a very simple bill, but the findings could help us solve a very complex problem that impacts every one of our communities, and I move passage. And I
Question
thank you for
occurs
standing.
on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3032. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Show Mr. Colonel Wilson voting aye. Have all voted. There being 87 ayes, 43 nays, House Bill 3032 is passed engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1557. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1557 by Moody relating to waiver programs for certain veterans provided by toll project entities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Currently, we have in our statute that it's permissive for tolling authorities to exempt from their fees for three categories of folks: those with a disabled veteran specialty plate, a Legion of Valor specialty plate, or a Purple Heart specialty plate. The bill that's here before you would make that mandatory for all three categories. I am going to change that, and I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the amendment.
Thank you. In the hearing, we visited with some of the tolling authorities, and we then visited with folks at the DMV, what are the numbers we're talking about. So the Legion of Valor plates are 42 in the entire state, 42. And the Purple Heart plates are 18,145. So, and a disabled vet's plates are over 500,000 in the state. And so, in working with everybody, this amendment would make it keeps permissive for all for disabled vets if with that particular plate, makes it mandatory for the Legion of Valor and Purple Heart. Not as large of a population. But I think that is a good start where we want to go, and that makes it mandatory, not permissive. And so that I move adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Moody sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Mr. Moody to close on the bill. Mr. Wilson, for what purpose?
Yes, sir. Is Representative Moody available for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Of course. Yes,
the gentleman yields.
Sir, I apologize. I was slightly distracted. Could you just walk me through again what this does?
Sure. And I'm going to describe it as amended.
Okay.
And so, as amended, this would make mandatory what the current law makes permissive as it relates to those that have Legion of Valor plates or Purple Heart plates. This would make it mandatory that our tolling authorities exempt them from fees.
So these are folks who actually are in Valor.
Yes. Yes, sir.
It's a great bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for
very
bringing
much.
it.
I appreciate it. I have some joint author spots left for you. I say that in jest, but this is very serious. This was brought to me by a constituent several sessions ago, and we've gone through different iterations of it and tried to extend this courtesy to those. And Representative Wilson, you know, we're talking about folks that have, everybody respects every bit of service that anybody is committed to this country. But you're talking about some that have really suffered and put it all on the line. And like I said, that's why I read the statistics of how many plates we're talking about. And I get it. I get it. These are fees that are not going to be collected anymore. But they paid a price. And I think that price is far enough. And so I want to make this mandatory and not permissive anymore. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1557. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 113 ayes, 14 nays, House Bill 1557 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 4506 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4506 by Bonin relating to electronic delivery of notice for certain municipal zoning changes.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we postpone further consideration of HB 4506 until 9 a.m. Saturday, May 10th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 2462 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2462 by Leach relating to the use of a high occupancy vehicle lane by an operator of a motor vehicle who is pregnant.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this truly is a Mother's Day bill. This bill will allow our pregnant women in Texas to use HOV lanes. I do have a floor amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
Mr. Leach to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under current federal rules, there's no exception to the code which governs the use of HOV lanes for facilities that use federal funds for pregnancy. This amendment simply says that TxDOT would not be required to implement legislation if they have to contradict FHA requirements. And with that, I move adoption of the amendment. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose?
would the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. What?
Does federal transportation code forbid us from doing this?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry. So your amendment says that if it conflicts, they don't have to do it, but there should be no conflict, right?
Can you say that again, Representative Wu?
Your bill allows in Texas women who are pregnant to be in the HOV lane without like criminal sanctions or anything like that.
Correct.
Okay. And your amendment says that if TxDOT is told by the Federal Highway Administration that we can't do that, then I'm.
Yeah, so in short, Representative Wu, there are, the HOV lanes are, as you know, high occupancy vehicle lanes. Sometimes, depending on where the roadway is, it can involve state and federal funding. So it's going to involve federal, state, and local dollars.
So not all highways, just the U.S. highways and not the TX.
Well, it would depend. There's even some toll roads in Texas that would involve local, state, and federal funding. And so all the amendment says, there's nothing that in current statute that we know of would contradict this or forbid this from happening. But if the federal government were to come in and say, we can't have that HOV lane for that purpose in order for you to preserve your federal funding, then TxDOT could manage that situation.
So,
we don't believe that's the case.
There's no rule in place in case they pass someone in the case they pass one in the future, it'll keep it from killing this law or striking it down or something like that.
This does give TxDOT the authority to deal with the federal government. I don't believe that that's going to be necessary. We know of no specific instances that would require that. Thank you for those questions. I move adoption of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Leach sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield?
I will.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Leach, I really appreciate you trying to take care of us women over here. We do have a logistical question. How would a law enforcement officer who may potentially pull over a woman know that they might be pregnant? Like, how would they verify that?
Sure. I don't expect our law enforcement officers to perform pregnancy tests on the side of the road.
Although maybe convenient.
The way that I imagine this playing out, Representative Gonzalez, and this actually did play out for a lady in my district in Plano. Her name was Brandy Batone in Plano. She was pulled over. She was driving. She was pregnant. She was ticketed, and then she was able to prove in court you can imagine how a woman might be able to prove to a court that she's pregnant. And she was able to get out of the ticket. And so what this will do is simply look, if a cop doesn't believe a woman and wants to ticket her, I can't imagine that happening, but if it does, then a woman could get out of the ticket by proving in a court of law that she is with child.
So it's a post-action opportunity, I guess you could say.
This presents essentially an affirmative defense to any ticket that would be given or any citation that would be given to a woman who is pregnant. And I expect that TxDOT will message this so that women in Texas who do find themselves with the blessing of being pregnant will be able to know that they can ride in an HOV lane without being pulled over.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you answering our questions.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Ms. Plesa, for what purpose?
Does the representative yield for some questions?
Will he yield for questions?
Yes, I yield for
questions. The gentleman yields.
I just have a couple of questions. So HOV lanes are intended to actually reduce traffic congestion.
I'm sorry, Representative. Can you start over?
Yes, Chairman. I just was trying to kind of walk through this, and I was just trying to figure out. So HOV lanes are actually intended to reduce traffic congestion. Have there been any studies conducted about how this might affect traffic congestion in our county?
I haven't performed any studies myself, nor have I seen any. I think the more look, what this does at the end of the day is, I think it elevates motherhood. It kind of tags on to our ongoing effort in this state to promote a culture of life in the state. And I think our mothers who need to get from point A to point B, whether it's from work to pick up their kids at school, back home to the grocery store, it will open up those HOV lanes to them while they drive alone, but they're with child. And so I think there's no studies that say that this will reduce congestion or that this is necessary, but I do think that this is when I say it's a gift to our mothers in Texas, I really do mean that. I think that this is a step in the right direction when it comes to elevating and supporting mothers across the state.
Thank you so much for that. So if an unborn child is considered a passenger for HOV lane purposes, should similar considerations apply to other transportation policies, such as vehicle occupancy requirements for toll discounts?
I'm not sure I understand the question. That's beyond the scope of this bill.
Okay. What measures are proposed to prevent individuals from falsely claiming pregnancy to access HOV lanes?
Representative Plesa. That is beyond the scope of this bill as well. This is allowing mothers who are with child to drive in our HOV lanes. If they have to go into a court of law and present a pregnancy test or present a doctor's note, I'm going to leave that up to our courts and our judges and our women across the state.
Okay, and I have
Can't
one
imagine that being necessary, but if it does, then this law will protect that.
Thank you, Chairman. I have one final question. Beyond HOV lanes access, have alternative measures been considered to support pregnant individuals' transportation needs, such as improved public transit options in Collin County?
That's beyond the scope of this bill, Representative Plesa.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for
Will
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions?
I just want to make sure I heard right when you said
does.
that, thank you, that you're that your constituent was able to go to court and show proof of pregnancy, so the ticket was dismissed? Is that how it worked?
I don't know exactly the facts of how that transpired. I do know that she was ticketed for it. It was widely covered by the Dallas Morning News, and she talked pretty openly about it. And, you know, she argued, I have never met her. She hasn't testified on the bill, but I do know her story bothered me, and that's how I initially came up with the idea for this bill. It was actually a few sessions ago that I did.
And I heard you say it was an affirmative defense too when after you get a citation?
Affirmative defenses are legally spelled out, as you know, Representative Flores. I think that's the way I think about it. It is not specifically identified as an affirmative defense here, but it does set into statute allowing pregnant women to utilize HOV lanes. And so in a situation where a woman is cited by an officer for driving alone, and she argues to the officer that, no, I'm not alone. In fact, I have a baby growing inside of me, and Texas law allows me to drive in this lane. If an officer still wants to ticket her, then when she shows up in court to fight that ticket, she can present proof that at the time of the citation she was pregnant. That's very clearly what it does.
Well, I actually like that.
And I can't believe y'all you're arguing against this.
I'm not arguing. I'm asking questions because I'm a little confused. Because, you know, like you're driving without your insurance because it expired and you didn't bring the copy or you didn't get it on your phone in time, and so you will get a ticket and then you can have it dismissed. I actually think that's an actual better thing, because how else would an officer know that a woman is pregnant if you can't visibly tell? So, I would think it might be rife for abuse. Not to say that. I mean, not everybody has good intentions in this world, and maybe they're in a rush to get somewhere, and they're just going to absolutely say, well, I'm pregnant, and how are they going to disprove that? So I think I actually like the idea of issuing a citation and then maybe just having it dismissed because you show proof of pregnancy. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Thank
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
So she'd have to take off of work and go to court?
Say that again?
She would have to take off of work and go to court?
Oh, God, I hope not.
So, how could she prove it in court if she doesn't go to work, doesn't go to the court?
I'm sorry?
I said, how can she go to court and show evidence of her pregnancy if she doesn't go to court? So
Well,
she'd have to take off of work and
she'll
go to
work that
court.
out with the court. There are court dates. That currently happens under law, where court dates have to be rescheduled and schedules have to be worked around. You know that, Representative
All right.
Gervin Hawkins.
So-
That happens now with every traffic citation. If you can't show up at the time you're expected to show up, then you notify the court and they easily reschedule it.
And so what if she shows up and say, well, I thought I was pregnant?
I'm sorry?
What if she shows up and tells the judge, I thought I was pregnant?
If she had a good faith belief that she was pregnant at the time, then I would expect that a judge at that point would relieve her of the duty under law to pay the ticket. That would be my position.
Okay, and then my final question is this. So if she goes to court and she's not pregnant, she just has to pay her ticket or work it out with the judge, right? Or work it out with the judge.
It's just like any citation, any traffic citation, Representative Gervin Hawkins. If I get pulled over for driving in a school zone, and the cop said that was going 40, but I in fact was going 15, and I have some sort of proof that I was going 15, then I can walk into a court and I can prove that. That happens all day, every day in courts all across this state.
I agree with you, Representative.
So what this will do is essentially allow a pregnant woman who was cited for driving in an HOV lane to walk into that court when she is required to appear and say, whoa, 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 Texas law allows me because I'm pregnant to drive in this lane, the ticket should be dismissed.
I think it's awesome, Representative Lee, so I really celebrate you for that. But then here's my real final question is, for the police officer to ask that, is that sexual harassment?
Well, if I was a police officer and a woman I pulled over in an HOV lane and said she's pregnant, I'm going to say, have a nice day, ma'am. See you later. I'm not going to ask her, and I've got to believe that I would hope that our DPS troopers and law enforcement officials all across the state would know the lines and not get close to them.
So we're not putting that officer in jeopardy of a sexual harassment suit?
I think, no. The answer is no.
Just thought about it.
No, I understand. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
with gentlemen yield for some
Will
questions.
the gentleman yield for some questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. I too, Representative Lee, support this, and thank you for the consideration. I do want to point out, though, something that you said about how it would be helpful, like if she was having to rush to get the kids at school and that sort of thing. Wondering if you might want to extend this to just women in general.
You know what? Let's do this. Well, okay, let's do this.
For Mother's Day.
If you would like to bring a third reading amendment tomorrow that would do away with HOV lanes for all women in the state, or we could say all mothers in the state, I'll sign on to it. I think HOV lanes are stupid anyways. And in fact, I have one right in the middle of my district that I've been working for 10 years to get rid of on Highway 75. I think they're ridiculous, and we should do away with them. Most of the times they're empty, and they're actually more hazardous than not. And so, Representative Howard, I'd be glad to consider that amendment on third reading, or if you want to file that bill next session after we both get reelected, then I'd be happy to support you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Howard.
Ms. Morales-Shaw, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes. Okay. Yes, I won't take too long. Chairman Leach, as a mom of four, I like your bill. I got a ticket with my newborn in an HOV lane, and I had to go to court and fight it. And I won, by the way. And I just wanted to say that I appreciate you looking out for new moms, and I hope that you'll help support my paid parental leave in the future. I filed it 2 sessions, and I think it's taking it even further to look out for them. Would you consider that?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Yes, I'll be happy to look at your bill. I haven't had a chance to yet.
Next go around. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members, I really do. I am serious about this, and think this is a great Mother's Day gift to our moms across the state, whether they're expectant, whether they have 1 or 3 kids. We move passage. Happy Mother's Day.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2462. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hinojosa voting aye. Show Mr. Morales of Maverick voting aye. Show Mr. Hayes voting aye. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all voted. There being 135 ayes, 3 nays, House Bill 2462 is passed engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1664. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1664 by Morales of Maverick, relating to the eligibility of certain retired or former district court judges for assignment as a visiting judge.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill provides clear standards for when a retired or a former district judge can serve as a visiting judge. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1664. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. There being 98 ayes, 38 nays, House Bill 1664 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2811. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 688. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 688 by Hughes, relating to the date of meeting of the presidential electors of the state.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The rock band Three Dog Night popularized the song One, where you may recall the opening line begins, "One is the loneliest number that you'll ever do." This is the theme song for this bill because this bill is a one-word bill. Despite all odds, in December of 2022, the U.S. Congress did something. They changed the meeting date of the Electoral College, which resulted in the Texas Election Code being in conflict with federal law. The law says you shall meet on the first Monday after the second Wednesday, and we will strike Monday and insert Tuesday. I move passage.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for some questions.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman will yield.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. I think it's a great bill, as I understand it, based on your explanation. So you're aligning Texas statute with recent revisions in federal law. Is that basically what the purpose of the bill is?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, considering we have lots of bills that seemingly intentionally conflict with federal law, I want to salute you for working to align our state statutes with federal law. So these were federal law changes in 2022. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that the part of the Electoral Count Reform Act of 2022?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. And in that measure, did several things. I think, first off, as you've already alluded to, change the date on which the Electoral College, the electors, shall meet. And that's what the purpose of your bill does.
Yes, sir.
Right. And then it did a few other things. Adds clarity to the process by which state officials ascertain and certify the results to Congress. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Gives federal courts a clear and expedited role in ensuring that states send lawful certifications of election results to Congress.
Correct.
Makes it absolutely clear that the vice president's role in the electoral vote counting process is ministerial.
Correct.
Makes it more difficult for members of Congress to make frivolous objections to state election results.
I believe that's the language of the bill.
Apparently there was some 1800s language in federal statute relating to a failed election, which was ambiguous and unclear, and I think it removed that provision from federal law. Does that sound right?
That is true. That's not part of this bill, but I believe that's correct in the federal statute.
Okay. And finally, I think clarifies how a majority of appointed electors will be calculated. So your measure is simply making sure that we are in 100% alignment with federal law with respect to presidential elections and the designation of electors and how those votes will be cast in the Electoral College. Is that right?
That is true. And the reason I bring this bill is I had the honor of serving as the parliamentarian for the Electoral College this last December. And that's when this discrepancy was discovered, and therefore I brought the bill.
Wow. You were the parliamentarian for the Electoral College for Texas.
Yes, sir.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's really cool. Give him a hand. The Electoral College meets in this chamber, did it not?
It met in this very chamber.
All right, so did you sit up there where Ms. Carter's sitting?
I did. It was presided over by the Secretary of State, Jay Nelson.
Outstanding, outstanding. Thank you, Mr. Hayes.
You're welcome. Move adoption.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 688. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Show Mr. Schofield voting aye. Show Mr. Gates voting aye. You've all voted. There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 688 is passed the third reading. Mr. Hayes moves to lay House Bill 2811 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2088. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2088 by Martinez relating to the establishment of a public law school in the Rio Grande Valley.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a permissive bill that allows for the creation of a law school in the Rio Grande Valley, and I believe there's an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a perfecting amendment that just allows funding, if it's available, to be utilized for the law school.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Martinez, how long have you been in the legislature?
About 11 terms.
Dozen terms?
11 terms.
11 terms. And Representative Martinez, are you currently in law school?
I currently am in law school. St. Mary's School of Law. Absolutely. Thank you.
And if I recall correctly, you're planning to graduate this December?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. As you are going to graduate and take the bar in July. Congratulations to you.
Thank you, and congratulations to you as well. We are both the people who made this interesting decision for ourselves. But Representative Martinez, my question is, why did you not file this bill a few sessions ago so you could go to law school in the RGV?
Actually, I have filed it several sessions. It's passed out of the House chamber, and we've had it in the Senate. And it's just taken them a little long to understand how important it is for the Rio Grande Valley.
Well, I think you have a little more credibility to make the case to them. Congrats
Thank you.
on law school and the bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield?
For a question?
Yes, I do
Gentleman
yield
yields.
for a question.
Well, or a comment. you realize that I worked for the late, great Representative Irma Rangel of Kingsville, Texas, and she tried for many years to get a law school in South Texas and in the Valley. So I appreciate your efforts, because I would be remiss to not say that it was a dream of hers for many, many years, and I am happy to see that you are actually going forward and hopefully realizing this dream for her and for so many people in South Texas and the Valley. So thank you.
Thank you. Move adoption.
Mr. Martinez sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the option. I'm sorry, back it up. We already adopted the amendment.
Well, let's make my mama happy, pass this law school for the Rio Grande Valley. Move passage.
Back it up again, members. We did not adopt the amendment. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez to close on the bill.
Now let's make her extra happy and pass this for the Rio Grande Valley. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2088. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 108 ayes, 32 nays, House Bill 2088 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2598. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2598 by Button, relating to a school psychologist licensed under the Occupation Code.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, a school psychologist is a mental health professional with specialized training to support academic and behavioral well-being of students in the school settings. Until recently, Texas was unique in requiring practitioners to use the title Licensed Specialist in School Psychology, LSSP, which confused a lot of people. Through a rule change in 2023, the Texas Behavioral Health Executive Committee permitted the LSSP just simply say school psychologist. This bill updated status to align with this change. I have amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Button.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button on the amendment.
This amendment just provides consistent naming throughout the statutes and is acceptable to the author.
Ms. Button sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Button to close on the bill.
I close.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2598. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye. Have all voted. There being 120 ayes, 17 nays, House Bill 2598 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3062. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3062 by Guerra, relating to fentanyl prevention and drug poisoning awareness education for students enrolled in public institutions of higher education.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerra to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the goal of this bill is to prevent fentanyl deaths through education initiatives and institutions of higher learning. I think very, very important these days. It is similar to Chair Wilson's bill that really helped with grade school students, Tucker's Law. That passed last session unanimously through this body. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3062. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Colonel Wilson voting aye. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye. Have all voted. There being 105 ayes, 32 nays, House Bill 3062 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3134. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3134 by Cook, relating to advanced air mobility.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, Bandit White has our model air taxi here with us, but you've heard me talk about the George Jetson bill for the last 3 sessions. It is becoming a reality, and I just want to tell you just a little bit before I move passage. So, this autonomous air taxi, think of a Waymo in the air that we're seeing out on the streets now that is driving autonomously. But what HB 3134 does, it supports the advanced air mobility industry by requiring TxDOT to create an AAM office and website, developing a statewide strategic plan, creating uniform zoning standards, estimating electrical generation and transmission capacity needs, establishing a federal grant matching fund for research and development, and collaborate with agencies like the FAA for safety protocols and educational institutions to support workforce development. I also want to share that Senator Cruz announced just last month that the FAA's home for the Center for Advanced Aviation Technologies will be housed in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and will be run by the Texas A&M system. Members, air taxis are here, and this bill will help prepare Texas for them and keep Texas as a leader in autonomous aircraft technologies, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment of House Bill 3134. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 114 ayes, 23 nays, House Bill 3134 is passed in engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3940. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3940 by Johnson, relating to the provision of certain information about Medicaid benefits in relation to newborn children.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. What this bill does is when a baby is born to a mom who is currently on Medicaid, that child is supposed to automatically be enrolled in Medicaid. However, Texas is having trouble with that automatic enrollment, and about 1 in 5 of those children are not enrolled. All this bill says is that when that happens, you can use mom's Medicaid number to ensure that that child gets the vital treatment that is needed early on as that is worked out. I am grateful that Chairwoman Hull, Chairwoman Orr, Dr. Oliverson, and Linda Garcia also joined on this really important bill to make sure that newborn babies get the health care that they need. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3940. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson voting aye. Show Ms. Weiner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 107 ayes and 30 nays, HB 3940 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4027. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4027 by Zwiener, relating to taking of certain dispositions and the dismissal of certain civil actions in connections with allegations of family violence and abusive conduct.
Chair recognizes Ms. Weiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4027 gives survivors of domestic violence a tool to avoid being forced into court again and again by their abusers. Generally, what abusers want is better access to their victims, and sometimes they will hijack our legal system to do that. So what House Bill 4027 does is make sure that we have a quick dismissal process, both for lawsuits filed for the purpose of continuing domestic violence and for Rule 202 petitions brought for the same reason. I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
Chair recognizes Ms. Weiner.
Thank you, members. This is just a perfecting amendment that makes sure we have consistency between the two different sections of the bill and clarifies that a court can have an evidentiary hearing to establish that there is clear and convincing evidence that the lawsuit was brought to further domestic violence. It's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Weiner sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Weiner to close on the bill as amended.
Thank you, members. Again, this bill helps protect domestic violence survivors from being pulled into situations by their abuser. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4027. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Weiner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 97 ayes and 32 nays, HB 4027 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 4097. The Senate companion is over ineligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1851. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1851 by Nichols, relating to the penalty for noncompliance with certain audit requirements by a municipality.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, currently cities are required to conduct yearly audits. This year just puts a little bit more teeth in it and requires them to even further. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1851. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 96 ayes and 43 nays, SB 1851 is passed the third reading. Mr. Harris moves to lay House Bill 4097 on the table subject to calls. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4862. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4862 by Longoria relating to business organizations.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 4862 until 9:50 a.m., Tuesday, May 13th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none.
2025. Just making it clear on the record.
The chair hears no objection. So ordered. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4170. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4170 by Hayes relating to venue and certain actions involving private transfer fees of real property.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes.
Members, this is a one-sentence bill. It merely provides that venues shall be in the county where the property is located. Move adoption.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4170. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hayes voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. There being 135 ayes and 0 nays, HB 4170 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4157. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4157 by Bonin relating to liability protections for commercial space flight and exploration.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm laying this bill out on behalf of Chairman Bonin. This amends current law to allow employees of spaceflight companies to waive their right to bring claims against their employer. Brings us into line with federal law. With that, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4157. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harless voting aye. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 125 ayes and 6 nays, HB 4157 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4205. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4205 by Harless relating to the compensation and employment benefits for law enforcement personnel in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4205 seeks to level the playing field on law enforcement agencies within the same county with a population of 3.3 million or more, and I move a passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4205. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 106 ayes and 24 nays, House Bill 4205 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4279. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4279 by Y. Davis of Dallas relating to the Urban Scholarship Enforcement and Authorizing Penalties.
Chair recognizes Ms. Y. Davis of Dallas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this just codifies in law what we've been doing since 1995 with the Urban Scholarship from unclaimed funds. Move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
does the gentlelady have questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentlelady yields.
Thank you. Ms. Davis, so as I read your bill, this is about keeping jobs.
Wrong
Okay.
bill.
This is not about outsourcing jobs then?
No.
Speaking of reading the bill, wrong bill, my bad.
Move adoption.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4279. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Y. Davis of Dallas voting aye. Show Ms. Morales Shaw voting aye. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 74 ayes and 62 nays, HB 4279 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4377. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4377 by Villalobos relating to prohibiting the retention of certain genetic material and genetic information by the Department of Family and Protective Services.
Chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos to explain the bill.
Like I said prior, today there are no DNA rules for Department of Family Protective Services, so this makes sure that they do not retain any of that DNA information after they collect it, nor does the third-party agency they use. I have an amendment. Oh, or questions? Yeah.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
would the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentlelady yields for questions.
I understand what you're trying to do with this. in my practice, in doing CPS cases, does DFPS keep genetic data or genetic samples of any kind?
Okay, so we had long conversations with DFPS. My amendment actually addresses to remove the fiscal note, but DFPS works through the Attorney General's office to contract with a third-party laboratory. Third-party laboratory tests the DNA, collects all the data, returns a document to DFPS that essentially has the two subjects that were tested. Is it a match? Is that the father?
Correct.
And then it has on a piece of paper 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just the genomes of the DNA on a sheet of paper. Speaking through DFPS, they discussed they did not need that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the piece of paper. They just needed the result. So moving forward, in their rules, they will maintain the result of the test and not the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I more personally am concerned about the third-party agencies we are using and ensuring that they are not retaining any of our foster children's DNA.
No, I'm sorry. I understand what you're saying in the 345, but that's not this. The bill is about. I'm sorry. The DFPS keeping materials. My understanding, based on what you're in your bill, is that that DFPS themselves have been specifically taking and keeping genetic samples. Is that what the reasoning for the bill is? Because in my practice, what we have always done is usually the outside. It's not an agency. It's usually a private vendor like National Testing or some group like that. I don't want to promote anybody.
Yes.
And DFPS is not involved in the process at all because me as an attorney, if it's my client it's being tested, I would not trust that result if DFPS touched the sample at any point.
Correct.
Right?
So
like, I'm sorry, when you say in here that DFPS can't retain, that makes me really concerned that they're retaining DNA at all, that they are touching any of it at all.
they're not touching the sample. They're getting a piece of paper back that has those numbers on it. Moving forward from this point, after my discussions with them, they will no longer do that. In my amendment, we addressed removing. When I talked to DFPS, they said currently we have 1,000 boxes in the warehouse that has those genomes on it, and that's where the fiscal note was derived from.
But I want to be clear that those 1,000 boxes, those are the paper results, not the samples themselves.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
You scared me for a second. You see it? Like, I thought you meant that DFPS has a warehouse full of genetic samples. All right.
Yeah. And the amendment that I am about to introduce
will
make it more clear that is more towards the testing laboratories themselves, and then removing that requirement of a DFPS.
Thank you.
Look at the amendment, please.
I'll see the amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Villalobos.
Chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos.
So this amendment strikes the testing laboratory from retaining any information at all, whether it's the sample, the data, or the results. And then it also, as Representative Wu was discussing, talks about DFPS retrospectively, removing that clause and just focusing on the laboratory retrospectively. Because again, in my personal conversations with them, they're going to change rules in their policy that is not necessarily needed by law. They are not retaining any actual samples. They just get a sheet of paper. And then my primary concern for the bill, as you're reading the amendment, I'm just going to keep talking.
Thank you.
My primary concern with the bill is my own foster son, his DNA was taken, and they have that information. I would like for them not to have that information. And I'm worried that, along with any other child, I do not want their samples to be run against in some database somewhere for information on themselves or their families just because they were placed in foster care.
So your amendment would fix the caption and then, I'm sorry. And then just strike out DFPS from B, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that would make, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Move adoption.
Ms. Villalobos sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos to close on the bill as amended.
Let's not let the state nor third-party agencies retain any information in regards to foster kids' DNA.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the lady yield for just one question?
Yes.
Gentlelady yields for question.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I know the bill does not give a time frame of when they have to do it. It just says, I'm sorry, I had it in here. Quickly or?
No, the section 2, not later than January 1st, 2026.
Okay, but what about materials collected after that?
In law, moving forward, the department shall promptly destroy.
Right.
Yes.
That's the word. And I want to be clear. Your legislative intent, that promptly means ASAP, immediately, as soon as possible.
Yes,
right?
that is my legislative intent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4377. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Villalobos voting aye. Show Mr. Olcott voting aye. Show Ms. Morales-Shaw voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 132 ayes and 2 nays, HB 4377 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4838. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 4838 by Morales-Shaw relating to conducting an assessment of language accessibility with respect to certain health and human service programs and 211 services provided by the Texas Information and Referral Network.
Chair recognizes Ms. Morales-Shaw to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hi, members. This is a Health and Human Services suggested bill. You've got an informational on your desk. HB 4838 strengthens and improves the efficiency of a program that already is in place within the Texas Health and Human Services Commission, the Language Access Plan, and 211 Service for Public Use. HHSC proposed this bill to streamline, enhance, and fully implement its public access portals by designating a centralized language access coordinator within HHSC for a 12-month period. There's no significant fiscal impact. The goal is very simple: to identify gaps and to improve the service and access to HHSC and the 211 information and referral network across the state. I want to thank my joint authors, Janie Lopez, Dr. Lalani, I think he's up here, Representative McLaughlin, and Representative Flores, and I respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4838. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Morales-Shaw voting aye. Show Mr. McLaughlin voting aye. Show Ms. Flores voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 66 ayes and 64 nays, HB 4838 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 5424. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5424 by Bonin relating to volunteer firefighter compensation limits.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain the bill.
Yes, I'm laying this out for Dr. Bonin. This is for League City Fire Department. This amendment specifies that the adjacent area for which the calculation of the 20% of full-time firefighters is made is a department in the same county. If the county does not have a local fire department who pays full-time compensation, a department in an adjacent county can be used. I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for a question?
Sure.
Gentlelady yields for a question.
So I just want to be clear. First, it's a local bill, right?
Yes.
Can you,
I believe so, yes. Yes, it's for League City.
for League City,
Yeah.
and does it allow for a raise for the firefighters, or is it a limit?
What this amendment does is it allows for volunteer fire department firefighters to be paid up to 20% of what full-time firefighters in adjacent areas are paid.
Is that an improvement over
Yes.
what? Okay, thanks.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 5424. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 130 ayes and 3 nays, HB 5424 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 5294. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5294 by Bonin relating to medical school admissions, coursework, academic standards, and employment decisions in the state.
Chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm laying this out for Dr. Bonin. This bill simply ensures that our medical schools are scoring grade performance using a standardized grading system, and they are standardized testing for admissions and making sure that we have the highest quality doctors we could get in this state, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 5294. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 97 ayes and 38 nays, HB 5294 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4870. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4870 by A. Davis of Dallas relating to a relative and kinship care grant program administered by the Office of Court Administration of the Texas Judicial System.
The chair recognizes Ms. A. Davis of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill creates a grant program in the Office of Court Administration for nonprofits who provide legal assistance to highly indigent kinship caregivers. OCA will develop the procedures to apply and award grants. The bill requires each grant be administered by a contract outlining the return benefit to the state. The best part about this bill, members, is the grant is wholly funded by private and philanthropic sector through gifts and donations. Thank you to my joint authors, Chairman Dutton, Vice Chair Hayes, and Representative LaHood. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4870. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. A. Davis of Dallas voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia of Bear voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 96 ayes and 35 nays, HB 4870 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4763. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4763 by Olcott relating to reports by certain public institutions of higher education on fraud, waste, and abuse involving state resources.
Chair recognizes Mr. Olcott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a very simple DOJ-related bill. Right now, many of our universities currently operate their own reporting system for claims of fraud, waste, and abuse. House Bill 4763 would require universities that receive reports of fraud, waste, and abuse to share those reports with the state auditor's office within 2 business days of receiving the report, so that another set of eyes can get their eye on the report.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4763. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Olcott voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 117 ayes and 12 nays, HB 4763 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 5639. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5639 by Garcia Bear relating to a veteran housing program established by the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia of Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5639 would simply codify the program TDCJ currently has in place to ensure that incarcerated veterans continue to benefit from living alongside their peers. I want to thank TDCJ and Chair Harless for working with me on this bill, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 5639. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Garcia of Bear voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes and 47 nays, HB 5639 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4112. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4112 by Landgraf relating to the storage or disposal of high-level radioactive waste.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4112 clarifies that nuclear power reactors and university-operated nuclear research and test reactors are exempt from Texas laws prohibiting the storage and disposal of high-level radioactive waste. I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Landgraf.
Members, this is a perfecting amendment that clarifies that exempted nuclear reactor sites may only store waste generated at their own facility, not waste transported from other sites. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the, or excuse me, Mr. Question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
I wanted to ask if the gentleman would yield for questions on the amendment. It seems like we're off that now. That's okay.
Yeah. Question, that's right. Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to close on the bill.
Thank you, members. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4112. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes and 1 nay, HB 4112 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 2275. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 455. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 455 by Middleton relating to arbitration provisions in surplus lines insurance contracts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morgan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is to address an issue that if you sell an insurance policy in Texas, you should arbitrate the case in Texas. I appreciate 104 of you signing on to this. I do have an amendment, perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morgan.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morgan.
This amendment is just negotiated with our executive branch to make sure it gets signed this time. I move adoption.
Mr. Morgan sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Morgan to close on the bill as amended.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 455. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 133 ayes and 4 nays, SB 455 is passed to third reading. Mr. Morgan moves to lay HB 2275 on the table subject to call.
Mr. Speaker.
Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
What's the proper procedure for being recognized to ask a member if they will yield for questions?
Mr. Rosenthal, the way to be recognized is to be standing at the back mic and ask for recognition from the presiding officer.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
So what recourse is there for a member standing at this microphone asking to be recognized, not being recognized, and the process moves forward, adopting an amendment, and then also moving forward to pass the bill, never giving the member standing at the microphone an opportunity to ask questions?
Mr. Rosenthal, the member that you're referring to was attempting to be recognized to ask questions about an amendment that had already been adopted.
And then subsequently...
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
So after the amendment being adopted, this member, wanted to ask questions on the bill as amended, and the microphone could not get attention. So no.
There was no, the chair was not aware of that request, Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1677. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1677 by Canales relating to the investigation of municipal firefighters in certain municipalities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Texas firefighters currently have little legal protection against investigative procedures. We can change that with this bill. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1677. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Morales of Maverick voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 99 ayes and 15 nays, HB 1677 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 5014. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5014 by Isaac relating to the rights of Special Force veterans who hold a license to carry a handgun.
Chair recognizes Ms. Isaac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, right now, Special Forces veterans are combating sex trafficking by gathering actionable intelligence. This bill gives them more tools to aid in these efforts. I have amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Isaac.
Chair recognizes Ms. Isaac.
This amendment just clearly states that these Special Forces veterans cannot operate a for-profit company with this new designation. So, amendment, yeah, sorry.
Ms. Isaac sends up an amendment. The amendment is
Move
acceptable
passage.
to the author. Is there, the question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Verdell.
Chair recognizes Mr. Verdell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a simple amendment that adds 3 Air Force specialty codes to the special warfare category in this bill. Move passage or adoption.
Mr. Verdell sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Parliamentary, Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez,
parliamentary
purpose?
parliamentary inquiry / request.
State your inquiry.
We know where it's late and we're trying to get through things. It's really hard to keep up. It's moving too slow. Can you just slow down a little bit? Because the amendments aren't showing up, and so we're taking it, and so we don't know what we just passed.
Members,
Thank you.
if the amendments are not showing up on your screen, please wave your hand, try to get the attention of the chair so that we can make those accommodations.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Who's going to look for our hands? Because I think some of us were kind of like, you'll be okay. Representative Patterson said he's going to be a spotter.
You can wave your hands. If you would like to shout, that's also acceptable.
Don't tempt me with a good time. Okay, here we go.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wilson.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, look.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would y'all hold on? It's not populated.
Gentleman does not yield at this time.
Yes, and I appreciate pointing that out because, folks, I want you to have the opportunity to look at this. This is a 4-page amendment, and this is simply a bill that was passed out of committee unanimously, and it fits well with this bill, so it's certainly a vehicle, and I want to make sure that you are able to see this. So the bottom line is all this amendment does is allow tactical medics who are assigned to SWAT teams and engagement teams such as that the ability to carry a sidearm in order to protect themselves and their patient. As you know, tactical medics go in with the SWAT teams, and as some of our law enforcement representatives will tell you, sometimes they're engaged to a point that if somebody is wounded or hurt, you have that golden hour for which they need to provide immediate aid in that tactical situation. And so what this amendment does is it clearly articulates all the training that they have to go through in order to be able to be certified by both DPS and TCO to be able to achieve this certification in which they are putting themselves at harm's way.
Mr. Speaker.
Now I'm available for questions.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I do.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, what is, I'm sorry, I'm still trying to look through the amendment. The bill is about private security, right?
No, sir. These are actually your certified medical professionals
No,
that
I'm
are
sorry.
embedded into like SWAT teams and so forth.
So they work for the police.
They do. They work for. They are emergency personnel who work for that department or the emergency services that are embedded into those tactical, like SWAT teams, and when they go in, for example, they are able to protect themselves.
So what is your amendment/bill actually do for them?
Yes, it allows them to carry a sidearm for self-defense only.
Okay, so why can they not already do that as part of the police team? I'm sorry?
I'm sorry?
Why can they not do that as a part of the police team? If they're going in with SWAT.
Yes, because they're a health they are a health emergency provider.
Okay.
Yeah. So for example, if you look at this, if you look at this, even the Geneva Convention allows for medical personnel to carry to be able to protect themselves and the patient.
Did this, with all due respect, did this bill get voted out of committee?
It did.
Okay.
Unanimously.
Unanimously. And it's in calendar somewhere, I assume?
It is.
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure if it's. What was the vote out of committee? It's in calendars.
What
but
was the
they-
vote out of committee? Oh, you said unanimously. Unanimously.
Yeah.
What committee was it?
I'm sorry?
What committee was it?
I think it was in Homeland Defense, I believe.
I'm sorry, I'm still trying to read. I mean, this is a really long amendment.
Yeah, well, let's go through this. So it defines a tactical medical professional.
Because this modifies the penal code too.
I'm not so sure where you see that. It basically, as it deals with
page
volunteer emergency service
section,
personnel.
Page 3, section line 13, starting.
It is, but it's basically in self-defense under that section
So-
for a license holder of a tactical medical professional.
Okay. And my
So in
original-
other words, they have to go through the training to be able to carry that sidearm.
But the penal code modification says that it's a defense to prosecution. I'm just concerned what kind of pass are we giving people? Like what is? I'm sorry, I don't have my code book with me. What's penal code 3606? It's an assaultive.
It's similar to the law enforcement officer themselves.
Okay.
Yes.
And my apologies. Again, my first question was, what did this? The bill is about private security.
No, it's not.
No, not the amendment. The bill itself.
Okay, I got you.
Right. This is just a convenient place?
That's all it was. This is
Okay.
about being able to protect our first responders and those who are injured.
Okay. 4615. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, you got more?
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The amendment has been withdrawn. The amendment has been withdrawn.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The The gentleman has withdrawn his amendment.
Oh, he has.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. Classmate, I appreciate that. You're awesome.
The chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to close on the bill as amended.
Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Ms. Isaac to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the lady yield for questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Can I lay this bill out?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you
Not
were
at this
done.
time.
Apologies. Please.
So right now, when Special Forces veterans have identified a sex trafficker, they cannot follow them into a bar. This bill allows Special Forces veterans to legally carry in areas where most LTC holders cannot, similar to peace officers and judges. This is vital when they are following traffickers into high-risk environments while gathering actionable intelligence. Right now, they are asked to provide armed protection for trafficked victims. When a survivor escapes from the cartel, this bill will allow them to protect survivors from the cartel who will do anything to get people back that they have been sex trafficking, to get them back into their control. Special Forces right now are on the front lines fighting against sex trafficking, often risking their lives and livelihood, yet current firearms and private security laws fail to recognize their unique training and mission, imposing legal barriers on those already going above and beyond to rescue sex trafficked victims. This bill recognizes and empowers Texas' most elite warriors, our Special Forces veterans, by enabling them to protect sex trafficking victims more effectively in the fight against human trafficking. Until the day comes when every local and state law enforcement agency has more than enough resources to combat trafficking, we should do everything we can to empower qualified Special Forces veterans who are willing to serve. This bill will empower Special Forces veterans. It gives them more tools, not more barriers. It ensures they can continue to protect sex trafficked victims without being weighed down by red tape. I'll answer questions.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
Ms. Isaac, does your bill only limit this power when someone is escorting a trafficking victim?
Yes, this bill is for when they are serving as, when they are gathering intelligence to combat sex traffickers.
No, that wasn't my question. You said that this is vital for when they're escorting a trafficking victim, and I can see the value of that, but I don't think your bill limits it to just that.
Well, the intent of this bill is to allow, right now, we have veterans, Special Forces veterans, that are following cartel, and they are unable to follow them in certain high-risk areas like a bar. And this bill will allow them to carry firearms, follow them, and it will also allow them to, once they have a victim that has been rescued, it will allow them to protect them temporarily while they are needed.
And so I go back to my question, does this bill only limit them to when they're protecting the victim?
Limit them.
The people seeking this ability, the Special Forces retirees.
This bill will allow them to carry firearms into sensitive areas.
When?
Which is needed when they are following cartels, sex traffickers. And it will also allow them to protect victims once they've been rescued.
Because I'm looking through your bill and I don't see where it says this power only exists while they're doing that.
The intent of this bill is for them to do this while they are fighting sex trafficking.
I understand you keep saying that, but the plain language of your legislation does not say that. The plain language of your legislation just gives them this power. It doesn't say that it's only limited to when they're going into this place or when they're escorting someone. Does it?
No, that's the intent of the bill.
I understand your intent, but the plain language of the legislation trumps anyone's intent. The four corners of this, the plain wording of this language would say that once given these powers, anyone that falls within this has carte blanche to carry it whenever they want, and not just when they're escorting someone or they're doing an investigation.
This is a special class of people that already exists.
I don't disagree with that.
Okay. And we are allowing them to carry firearms into highly sensitive places, just like peace officers.
At any time.
When necessary, yes.
At any time. In your bill, there is no restrictions on when they could use this ability, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When these special forces people, whoever they are, when they're conducting these investigations, when they're following people, are they doing that as law enforcement officers?
No.
Are they doing that as assistants to law enforcement officers? That means that the police or the sheriffs, they have said, we want you to do this for us and do it on our behalf.
Yes, right now they are gathering intelligence and they are handing the evidence over to law enforcement. So they are assisting law enforcement.
Okay. Does your bill say that that this power only exists after you've been given approval, specific approval by law enforcement?
Yes, so right now,
I'm sorry, yes or no?
This bill will give them authority to have a firearm in sensitive areas, period.
I understand that. My question was, does your legislation require that in order to use this power, in order to take a loaded weapon into an establishment that all other non-law enforcement persons are required to leave their vehicle in the car because it's a 50%, over 50% alcohol service, or the owner of the establishment says, we don't want firearms in here?
They have to qualify for this, and the qualifications are they must serve at least 12 months in the elite special operations units like MOS, NEC, AFSC for at least 12 months. And they have to prove that they were honorably discharged. They must have a valid LTC license.
That's it?
And a background check, everything that you need to require LTC. Plus, they must prove that they have served in this capacity as a special force, in the special forces.
Is it fair to say that special forces training is not the same as police training?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is it fair to say that special forces does not get training on de-escalation, does not get training on how to resolve conflicts non-violently?
I don't think that's fair to say.
I'm sorry?
I don't believe that's fair to say.
You believe that law enforcement, or I'm sorry, you believe that special forces, they're specially trained in non-violent de-escalation?
Yeah, so I'm trying to read all. I mean, there's a lot of training that they have to go through.
It's actually not that much.
It actually is a lot. So
I'm talking about
right now,
outside of their military training, what other training do they get?
Okay. So training, 60 hours license. So if you are, how much training? Okay, in order to be a peace officer, the minimum training which most agencies exceed is 736 hours, which is about 19 weeks. And there are basic training courses of 8 weeks, advanced individual training lasting roughly 32 weeks, and then just over 2 months of specialized training to become a ranger. So overall, roughly 48 weeks of training.
And how much of that training involves teaching about firearm laws in the state, about dealing with when they are allowed to and not allowed to use their weapons in a civilian situation.
I'm not advised.
Shouldn't you be?
I'm not questioning our Special Forces veterans, no.
Well, I mean,
And their ability to do this job.
again,
It's
if
kind of
you're
laughable,
if
actually.
you're saying that these service members, former service members, should be given the same powers, the same abilities as law enforcement, right? And take weapons into a dangerous environment sometimes, right? Except that the dangerous environment involves civilians who are not trained, and you're going to a bar that people might be drunk, people might be pushing you around, people might be doing all sorts of dumb things. And the reaction of someone who only has military training may not be the right reaction that we need in a civilian setting.
You said that we're giving them the same powers as law enforcement. That's a false statement. All
What
we're
other-
doing is allowing them to carry into a sensitive place so that they can follow sex traffickers.
I know you keep saying follow sex traffickers, but again, your bill does not limit that. Nothing in your bill says that long after they've escorted the victim home, the next day they can go to a bar, have their weapon with them, and just say, "Well, I'm currently investigating." Is there anything that stops them from saying that?
No, but is that the same with our peace officers today? I mean, is that...
Our police officers are trained. They have been given a special permission to take weapons into these places where everyone else's weapons are forbidden because they have been specifically trained to deal with firearms and unruly civilians in that setting.
You're questioning the training of our special forces, and
Yes.
I'm not questioning that,
In
no.
dealing with civilians, in dealing with people that they do not intend to shoot and kill.
I believe they're capable, highly capable, and I'm not questioning their training and their capability.
You understand that even with extensive training, our police officers right now today still make lots of mistakes because of the situation. And this is not a place where if you accidentally shoot someone, you just like, oopsie, right? Officers who accidentally shoot someone get prosecuted. And you're saying you're going to give these people the same ability to take weapons into an environment with alcohol, with people who might have been imbibing alcohol, and saying, well, they don't need anything else. Like special forces training, you know how to kill people fast, that's good enough. Like why not just offer this to all military?
This is a special group of elite warriors that are fighting sex trafficking right now, and they have barriers. They're not able to carry out their mission like they could if they were able to follow sex traffickers into sensitive areas.
And after they follow them and after it's done, then what?
They are gathering intelligence, and they're handing it over to law enforcement.
Yeah, and that's my concern is that because they're gathering evidence, that's all they would have to say. We're gathering evidence all the time, every time. We're taking it to places where people said, we don't want you to bring your firearms into our place. Places that you're not supposed to bring your firearms into place. And they're going to say, well, I'm good. I'm gathering evidence.
I believe you and I maybe disagree on something, a fact, and the fact is, if a Special Forces veteran has a firearm, everybody is safe, more safe. And I think that's just something that you and I are not going to agree on. I want our Special Forces to be able to carry firearms.
And what my point was to you is that a military training in special forces is not the same type of training that our police get. I'm sure they're much better shots than maybe our police officers, but our police officers go through years and years of training to deal with people and handle firearms in a situation that involves civilians, that involves people who are usually unarmed as well, or are usually unarmed, right?
So I didn't want to say this, but you're going to make me say it, okay? Our peace officers are highly trained and qualified, but I believe, let me finish, I believe that our special forces are more qualified and have more training. And I don't want to undermine what our peace officers do and what they have and what they can do, but I believe that our special forces, military, are more qualified.
More qualified for war.
Not necessarily.
Do special forces get training in dealing with people with mental health issues?
They still deal with civilians in the military.
Sorry. Yes, they do. When they are in the military, they are around civilians while they are serving.
They're around civilians. But I'm sorry,
They do deal with and are around civilians. It's not the
Training.
first time. Yes, they deal with civilians, and they're in areas where civilians are.
Special forces people get trained on dealing with people with mental health issues?
I'm not advised about the mental health issue, sorry.
They don't, do they?
I don't know. I'm not
Yeah.
advised. They probably do.
But that is the very problem. We're talking about a situation where you are dealing with people who are not in a combat zone, right? And you're saying that just because they got extra military training, that they're now able to go do this. So you're going to take these people, you're going to put them in a quasi law enforcement role where they feel like they're already emboldened, they have power. And you're telling them you can bring a weapon into this place where no one else can bring a weapon into it.
I believe we should do everything possible to help these veterans fight sex trafficking and rescue the victims that they are doing right now. They are doing this right now, but they are not able to follow the cartel in highly sensitive areas. And this bill would allow them to do that. They have a couple of barriers right now, and this bill would eliminate those barriers.
So they would be, right now under the current law, they would be barred from entering places that serve at least 50% of their service is alcohol, and places where the people have put up a sign that says, you may not bring weapons into this establishment, correct?
Yeah, and you know who knows that? The cartel. And you know what? They don't follow those laws.
So you're saying that being armed is the only thing that's keeping them from being in there?
Yes, because when they're following them, they have to disarm to be able to continue following them.
Like, leave your gun in the car?
Yeah, like, oh gosh, now I gotta go put my gun in the car, and now I've lost this person.
Like, the 5 seconds it takes you to put your gun in the car?
Well, depends on where your gun is. Sorry, I meant car. Depends on where your car is.
Why do you not include in here that if you're going to do this, you have to receive special training to deal with civilians and to do the many things?
Because they're highly trained. They're the most highly trained
in what?
individuals on the face of earth to protect.
To use combat.
And gather intelligence in the military.
But you understand that combat is not what happens like in a civilian population. It's not supposed to.
They do more than combat.
What else do they do?
They gather intelligence.
Great. What else?
I don't know what all they do. I'm very thankful that they are doing what they're doing right now, and I want to help them. And I want to remove barriers. And I would think that you would also want to remove some barriers so that they can do the job that they're doing right now.
Well, I would want them to be properly trained and vetted and to make sure that if they're being allowed to bring a weapon into this, if you're saying their investigation, that they have a actual legal right to do that investigation, that they're a part of a team that says, we're giving you permission to do this, that the government understands that it's giving permission for people to do this. You're creating a dangerous situation here.
They're already doing this.
Mr. Lopez, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady entertain a couple of questions?
Yes, I will.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for
Gentlelady
bringing this
yields.
forward. I did have an opportunity to talk to you at length about this, and I heard the testimony during committee. So just, if you will, maybe a little bit of clarification needed on under what authority are these individuals, these special forces folks, working?
Right now, they are a group of veterans that are working with a nonprofit.
With a nonprofit, okay?
Yes.
And under that relationship with that nonprofit, they're out there doing, at no charge, this pursuit of individuals that are less than, I mean, they're nefarious individuals that will go all over the place.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Good bill.
Thank you. Move
Que-
passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 16 back up, members. Please excuse Mr. Curry because of important business in the district on the motion of Mr. Capriglione. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 5014. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Isaac voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Gerdes voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting nay. There being 92 ayes and 41 nays, HB 5014 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 3848. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3848 by Hernandez, relating to the electronic submission of inspection records and filing fees for the inspection of elevators, escalators, and related equipment.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill would allow elevator and escalator inspection forms and other relevant documents to be considered filed with TDLR based on the date of electronic submission. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 3848. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bill. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Show Mr. Hernandez, Ms. Hernandez voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes and 1 nay, HB 3848 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3797. The Senate companion is over ineligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1418. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1418 by Campbell, relating to the terminology used to refer to certain assessment instruments administered to public school students.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1418 updates the education code to recognize the changes that have been made in benchmark assessments and end-of-course satisfaction.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I'd be happy to yield, my friend.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Ashley, for answering questions. When we talk about this assessment instrument, could you give us more detail? Because different assessments can do different things.
Yes. So you'll have to follow me here. It's a little bit tricky with what I'm about to say. So in 2014, the ACT phased out its ACT plan test, which is comparable to the PSAT. And in 2016, the ACT introduced the pre-ACT to replace that ACT plan test that had been phased out in 2014. However, the ACT plan, which was phased out already, is still used in statute as the tool that the Commissioner of TEA must use to determine if a student's satisfactory performance on the PSAT or the ACT plan qualifies for use as a satisfactory end-of-course exam assessment. Additionally, the AC plan is exempt from the two-test benchmark cap imposed by the Education Code. So, this bill is attempting to update our code to address the changes that I just alluded to.
So let me be clear. So you're saying the traditional SAT...
ACT.
Oh, well, I thought it was SAT and ACT.
Right, the ACT plan test is the one that was phased out and replaced with the pre-ACT.
The PSAT. I'm familiar with it, okay? So walk with me on this thing.
Okay.
So when we talk about accountability, we're replacing the PSAT with what?
We are not replacing the PSAT.
So we're adding the PSAT?
ACT plan test that we are now bringing the code up to is comparable to the PSAT.
Correct. Well, the PSAT is a pre, so the younger grades take that.
Correct.
And then that's a preparation basically for the SAT.
Correct.
Okay. So the PSAT is replacing the SAT now?
No, ma'am. We're not touching the PSAT.
Okay.
We're not touching the SAT.
Okay. What are we touching?
All right. Let me repeat myself again. So we are replacing the phased out ACT plan, okay? And we're replacing that with the pre-ACT, which has already happened. It happened almost 10 years ago. But the problem and what this bill is attempting to fix, Representative, is we are just updating the code to recognize that we can use the ACT plan.
So this is the Texas Code, Education Code.
Yes.
So this is an administrative fix.
Correct.
So people are not confused.
That's right.
About which tests their students should be taking.
Absolutely correct, ma'am.
Now, how does this impact the new education law that talks about the year through testing? It doesn't impact that at all?
Not at all.
So when we look at accountability, one of the measurements in accountability, as you well know, is you get credit from the TSIA test, you get credited, dual credit, you get credit for CCMR.
Correct.
And you're saying now, if a student passed the PSAT, that school can get credit for that.
That's already practiced, but yes, that is correct.
So this is truly, without question, your intent through this bill is to do an administrative fix.
Yes, ma'am.
For the code.
You got it.
Representative Ashby, the other question I have, can we fix some of the other tests that's in the code?
Well, the biggest test that we have in the code that I hope we see on the floor in the next few days is to eliminate the STAR test.
You know, Representative Ashby, if we don't have the STAR test, what tests will we use to monitor our schools and student success?
Well, I'm going to keep my remarks on the bill, but I would encourage you to talk to Chairman Buckley about what he will be laying out in the next few days.
Well, I want to stay on your bill too, okay? And so I just want to make sure that what you're doing doesn't supersede anything that needs to happen other than the administrative fix in the code so it can be clear.
That is exactly what this bill is doing.
And you know what, Representative Ashby, what I like to do, I know Chairman Buckley takes the lead on education, right?
He's chairman of the Public Education Committee.
Right.
Correct.
With your influence in the future, can I work with a team of folks on this floor to start enhancing what we do in testing?
I look forward to those conversations, Representative Gervin Hawkins.
I appreciate you, sir. Thank you for that administrative update and fix. And let's fix some more stuff in that code. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you for your questions. Members, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1418. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all voted. There being 137 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1418 is passed the third reading. Mr. Ashby moves to lay House Bill 3797 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3727. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1555. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1555 by Nichols, relating to a grant program to fund certain railroad grade separation projects.
Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield for questions.
The gentleman yields.
You know, Representative Patterson, I have so much respect for you.
Thank you.
So tell us exactly what this bill does, because I'm not clear.
Yes, well, let's make it very clear. This bill makes our railroad crossings safer.
How's that?
By creating overpasses and underpasses.
Uh-oh, you're talking money.
I am talking money.
So you're saying putting an overpass or going underground with railroad tracks.
Potentially.
Isn't that outdated? I thought we were looking at a speed rail right about now.
No, ma'am, that's not part of this bill.
So you're talking about old-fashioned railroad track?
Old-fashioned railroads.
Okay. So we know that some people live across the track, right?
That's right.
Are you talking about adding more tracks?
No, ma'am.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, ma'am.
So this provides a grant program
Yes,
to add
ma'am.
more tracks in my community?
Not more tracks.
Oh, to enhance the existing tracks.
To create a safer environment.
So what do you do? What's that plan to create a safer environment?
To fund overpasses and underpasses.
So you're creating a grant fund from general revenue fund or transportation funds to look at existing tracks to enhance what they do?
Yes.
And so you know how sometimes you're waiting on the train, it may take 10 minutes and you're trying to rush and go somewhere, right?
Yes.
Are we going to enhance the speed level of those trains?
No.
So you mean I still have to wait 10 minutes for a train?
No.
Well, then talk to us about how your bill is going to fix it, because what I'm hearing is no, 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 and they ain't going to fix nothing.
Overpasses and underpasses.
Oh, so that it's not at street level.
Yes.
So if it's not at street level, cars can still flow
Yes.
because the train will go over
Yes.
or go under.
Yes.
And then you're doing a grant program
Yes.
to pay for it.
Yes.
And where's that money coming from?
The supplemental that we've already passed.
And how much money in that supplemental?
$350 million.
And how do you access it?
TxDOT will use the fund for that purpose.
And the eligibility for that?
TxDOT will make those decisions.
They haven't made them yet?
No, ma'am.
And so will that only go to the big cities? You know, there's some small towns that need some help.
That hasn't been decided.
It hasn't been decided yet? But the intent of your bill is to make sure that those funds are accessible to everyone, right?
We want to make safe crossings.
And if there's any disparity, can I come to you, sir?
You can.
All right, and we can modify this bill?
Well, not today. It'll already be law.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Patterson.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Morales, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some
Will
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions?
I'd be happy to.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you so much. Representative Patterson, I really love this piece of legislation. Are you aware that a young man in my district passed away because he was trying to outrun a train?
I'm aware.
So how does your bill address pedestrian safety at railroad crossings, especially near schools like Milby High School in my district?
It makes the crossing safer by utilizing underpasses and overpasses.
Very good. So one of the concerns that I have is what is the criteria that will be used to prioritize projects? And this is something that you and I discussed when you were laying out the bill in the committee that we're both on, transportation. I'm very, very concerned that this project won't be prioritized or other projects because my district and the east end of Houston, my neighboring districts, we have some of the worst railroad crossing problems. We have blocked crossings. We have pictures that our constituents send us of kids crawling under trains because they are blocking the way. And sadly, in this situation, Sergio Rodriguez tried to outrun a train that he thought was going slow, and he tripped, and he just wanted to get to school on time. So how can we make sure that those projects are prioritized in your bill?
TxDOT has conducted a study, and they will prioritize the projects.
And are they going to do ongoing maintenance and safety evaluations on these funded projects?
Not advised.
And just one last question. How can the community get involved, or do you know how they can get involved to make sure that projects like these in the east end of Houston, Texas, are prioritized when students' lives are at risk?
I would say they should contact their state representatives.
Very good.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I'd be happy to.
The gentleman yields.
Like the previous speaker, I had a town hall meeting about a train crossing in my district at Lyons and St. Elmo Street. A man died because that train, and in fact, I witnessed this myself. I started my campaign one Saturday morning at 9 o'clock, and the train was there. We came back at 4 o'clock, and the train was still there. This train historically has blocked this intersection such that my church is 2 blocks away, and people get late for church because this train blocks that track. In addition, a man died because he was with a walker. And he decided, he'd waited so long on the train, he decided to crawl under it. Well, that was a mistake, because that was when the train started moving, and it cut him in half. And what I'm wondering is, my question is, will TxDOT take information from the state representatives to make sure that certain crossings are there? And that's what I want to know.
Yes.
They will, and I'd appreciate your help with them.
Be happy to.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you for this bill, because this is a bill that's needed. I'm not sure about all over Texas, but certainly in Houston. Thank you.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1555. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Miss Jones of Harris voting aye. Show Miss Morales Shaw voting aye. Show Mr. De Ayala voting aye. Have all voted? There being 114 ayes, 23 nays, Senate Bill 1555 is passed to third reading. Mr. Patterson moves to lay House Bill 3727 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3709. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3709 by De Ayala, relating to the partial count of an electronic voting system ballots.
Chair recognizes Mr. De Ayala to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill addresses statewide concerns to improve transparency of post-election audit process. This bill will standardize the audit process. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3709. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Miss Jones of Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Anchia voting aye. Have all voted? There being 137 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 3709 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3177. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3177 by Anchia, relating to the peace officer status of designated investigators of a municipal office of Inspector General.
Chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. If your large city has an OIG office, this bill permits them to have limited law enforcement capability for the purpose of investigating waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption. On your desks, you'll notice 2 letters, one from the Dallas Police Association, FOP 716, in favor of the bill, and then one from the City of Dallas. City of Dallas has set up an OIG, not ironically, in fact, Rick Perry's former OIG is the City of Dallas OIG, tasked with ferreting out waste, fraud, corruption, and abuse, and this will help them in their mission. Move adoption.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Anchia.
Chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the amendment.
Thank you, members. This amendment is fairly straightforward. It just makes sure that neither the city manager of a city or the city attorney can impede the investigation of the OIG. We want the OIG to be completely independent. And the second thing it does is it says, hey, OIG, when you're done with your investigation, turn it over to the district attorney, the criminal district attorney, or the county attorney as appropriate. Move adoption.
Mr. Anchia sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Mr. Jones, for what purpose?
Will the author mind asking a couple questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Did you say ask questions?
I said, would the author mind answering a couple of questions?
I didn't hear answer. I thought you said ask. Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, I know that we both represent the great city of Dallas. And one thing related to the OIG that's happening in Dallas is SNAP fraud. And so how would this OIG work with the state's OIG office to address some of those local issues that have usually been in charge and managed by the state OIG?
The OIG in Dallas is designed to ferret out waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption in the city of Dallas.
Okay. And so is there a connection between those two offices, particularly to address that waste, fraud, and abuse that's happening?
With these augmented law enforcement powers, they would be able to work with any law enforcement agency in ferreting out waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption.
Thank you so much. You have a wonderful bill.
Thank you.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3177. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harless voting aye. Show Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Show Ms. Morales Shaw voting aye. Have all voted. There being 120 ayes, 18 nays, House Bill 3177 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3057. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3057 by Landgraf relating to network standards for chimeric antigen receptor T-cell therapy.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill increases access to CAR T-cell therapy, a life-saving cancer treatment, by allowing qualified community cancer centers to provide it under FDA-approved guidelines. It removes unnecessary insurance restrictions, and it will ensure that more Texans can receive this treatment closer to home in places like
Ms. Gervin
Odessa.
Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will
I'll
the
be
gentleman
happy to-
yield for
happy to
questions?
yield for
Gentleman
questions.
yields.
Representative Landgraf, I think this is a great bill. I'm just trying to understand that terminology. What type of treatment?
So I call it CAR T cell therapy. That's the shorthand for it, but it's an innovative cancer treatment therapy that's deployed in places like San Antonio and Houston and other communities. But there are currently a few restrictions that make it more inaccessible in underserved, medically underserved areas in the state, and that's what we're trying to address with this bill.
Why? Because it's real expensive?
It can be in some cases.
And so you think it's a better treatment and/or is still under trial than chemotherapy?
Well, it's not designed to replace that at all. There are certain cases where this is the more appropriate treatment or therapy, and in places where it is more appropriate, we want to make sure that as many Texans have access to it as possible.
And is there data that we can look at? Is there a reference or something that I can look up real quick?
You certainly can look that up. The best way to look at that, Representative Gervin Hawkins, is to see the trend lines for how more frequently this CAR T therapy is being offered as an appropriate treatment in a lot of cancer cases.
All right, spell that word for me. Is CAR what?
Well, so that's the acronym CAR, C-A-R, and then hyphen T.
Hyphen T, CAR T?
Yes, ma'am.
And so if I Googled it up, I'll be able to spell it out?
You get more than you could read. Yes, ma'am.
All right, CAR T on cancer. And the reason I ask, most of us, our family members have been affected by cancer, including several of my family members.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, some people around here think people want to chub. It ain't about chubbing, it's about learning, okay? I'm a big believer that knowledge is power. And so when I come to the mic, I'm here to learn. so that I can best tell my constituents and my family and all of those things. Wouldn't you think that that's a great idea to know something rather than just be pushing buttons all day?
Well, I'm a firm believer that you can learn and chub at the same time.
You think so? Well, since you believe that, let's continue to talk. So I'm finished with my learned part. Now let's talk about the chubbing part, okay? Let's get dirty with it, all right? So, representative, okay? How long is this treatment? Is this as long as chemotherapy, or is it shorter than chemotherapy?
It can vary in its duration, but it also varies on a case-by-case basis, but it's always up to the treating physician to determine what the best course of treatment is going to be.
Is it a shot? Is it a pill? Or what is it?
No, no, it's actually neither of those.
Oh, what is it?
It's a regenerative cell therapy.
A cell care, like stem cells?
Cell therapy.
What's a cell therapy?
It's a therapy that takes cells from the human body, treats them almost in an incubator, and then figures out how to extrapolate the treatment of a small cell through the entire affected area of the body where the cancer is formed.
So it take a needle, pull out some of your cells, put it in a dish, and they change the composite of that cell, right?
Yes, ma'am. And if it makes you feel better, I do have an amendment.
Oh, okay.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Landgraf.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a perfecting amendment that addresses a drafting issue which narrowed the facilities that may administer CAR-T therapy, which did serve to undermine the original intent of the bill. I do move adoption.
Mr. Speaker, before
Ms.
you move...
Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
So what type of facilities are you talking about?
I believe he does.
I do yield.
Gentleman yields.
The type of facilities, are you talking about a nurse's office? Are you talking about a traditional treatment center? Are you talking about real specialists?
We're talking about acute care hospitals that are perfectly qualified and capable of providing this kind of treatment. There are some barriers to CAR-T therapy being provided in those hospitals, and so this is going to make that access easier. In health, I know you're kind of making light of this, but there are cancer patients in my community and other rural communities across the state of Texas where they have to travel to places like San Antonio in order to get this treatment. And so we want to make sure that as many Texans have access to this care as possible. And that's why this is very important. And I would kind of like to wrap this up if you have had all of your questions appropriately answered.
I am not making light of it. I have a sister who's living with blood cancer right now.
Yes,
I've had a mother pass away with cancer. I had a brother who passed away with cancer.
Yep.
So I know how serious it is. What I am trying to do is get knowledge, and I'm being harassed by your colleagues because I'm trying to get smart on a critical issue here. So thank you for answering. Thank you for informing me.
Representative Gervin Hawkins, you know I always enjoy getting to visit with you. I move adoption on the amendment.
Mr. Landgraf sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author is objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3057. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Anchia voting aye. Show Ms. Plesa voting aye. Show Mr. LaHood voting aye. Have all voted. There being 127 ayes, 11 nays, House Bill 3057 is passed to engrossment. Please excuse Representative Martinez Fisher for today and the remainder of the weekend because of family business on motion of Representative Lopez of Bear. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4176. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4176 by LaHood, relating to the investigation of certain motor vehicle collisions.
The chair recognizes Mr. LaHood to explain his very first bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, House Bill 4176, that's loud. 4176 is a simple bill to address.
Please explain your bill, Mr. LaHood.
Thank you, Speaker. The need for overworked police officers to supplement that current need by being able to hire reserve peace officers. Quite simply this bill addresses two issues. The fact that a lot of police departments can't adequately respond to non-fatal traffic
Speaker?
accidents.
Ms. Garcia of Bear, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Would the gentleman care to yield at this time?
I'm going to ask again, Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield at this time?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will yield for questions.
The gentleman yields.
Representative LaHood, is it true that you represent the best county in the state of Texas, Bexar County?
That is true.
That's true. So I know that you and I aren't very familiar with each other. I'm fairly new to the political field and to the political background of San Antonio and Texas. But you look kind of familiar to me. I'm not really sure, but I live over by the SeaWorld Lackland Air Force Base, part of San Antonio. Some would say the far west side. And there's a billboard that I pass regularly on Highway 410. And I can't help but notice you look somewhat similar to that billboard. Sir, do I recognize you from that billboard?
I'm flattered, but that's the better looking LaHood, my brother.
Oh, no, you don't say. Well, I will say, Representative LaHood, that, you know, your brother being the better looking LaHood is based on opinion, okay? So I'll just say that. My question about this bill is, did you lose a bet to carry this bill?
Do what?
Did you lose a bet to carry this particular bill? A bet.
No.
A bet. Did you lose a wager?
I'm trying to figure out where this is going. No?
No, you didn't? Okay.
Did I?
I was just curious. I wasn't quite sure. So, if you pass this bill tonight, will we all get LaHood bumper stickers for our vehicles?
Can I answer that?
Because I have noticed some of them going around my district. Am I wrong?
You might be right.
I'm right? Okay. So, can you just tell me a little bit about this bill?
Yeah, simply this. Any police department that is currently not able to respond to non-fatal traffic accidents, Dallas, Houston, Austin, San Antonio, even smaller ones if they're not able to, a lot of them have policies where they don't even respond to them. So what this does is it allows them to hire retired police officers to respond to those calls, and it retains the active police officers to respond to, unfortunately, more serious offenses.
And these are auto accidents?
Auto accidents, non-fatality.
And you're an attorney, correct?
I play one on TV.
So would this bill drive some auto accidents to your law firm?
I don't think so.
Do you cover traffic accidents
A little
in your
bit.
firm? A little bit? Okay. I'm going to reserve the rest of my questions for a moment because I think somebody behind me has something more direct for you. But I would like to say that you had some pretty big shoes to fill here. From what we understand, you replaced a representative by the name of Steve Allison.
That's correct.
Steve Allison was pretty beloved to many of us on this floor, so you had some big shoes to fill, and I think you filled them well. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Sir,
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield?
I will yield for questions always.
The gentleman yields for questions.
You know, Representative Garcia said she didn't know you well, right? But I know you quite well. And I know your family. Now, your brother's name is what, Nico LaHood?
Yes, ma'am.
And Nico is an attorney.
He is.
He once was a district attorney, right?
He was.
Now, Nico, who I know better than I know you, is better looking than you, I must tell the group. Okay? Now, also, isn't your father in law enforcement?
No, he's a lawyer as well.
He's a lawyer. So you got all of y'all are lawyers,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And it was 3 brothers, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you came to the State House, what did you come here to do?
To leave our state, my community, my home safer, more successful, and freer than when I got here.
And this salary that you're making here was more than you were making as a lawyer in Bexar County?
No.
So it looked like
I'm paying money to be here.
I know it. So really, one would lie to say they've come here to take care of their family, right?
No.
So the LaHood family is well known in Bexar County, correct?
I suppose.
You suppose?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what people know or don't know. We've
Oh,
been around for a while.
I forgot you were the brother that was in the shadows, right?
Maybe.
Oh, maybe. And you getting ready to come to the stars now?
I don't know about that.
Nico, I'm glad you've come.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I said, Nico. Oh, I'm sorry. What's his name?
I'm glad you know my family well.
I know who he is.
I've never seen you lose words. I think I just hazed you.
Well, welcome to this house.
Thank
now,
you.
I just want to say this in closing. If you don't do the right thing, I'm going to tell your daddy.
Yes, ma'am.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield?
I do.
The gentleman yields.
Well, my brother, Marquito LaHood, known as the Hump, yield for questions. Why did they call you the Hump?
I didn't know that was my nickname.
So my colleagues here have known you for some time, but you and I have known each other for
Almost
25, 30 years
about 20 years.
when you first became a lawyer. And I consider you a brother, love you to death, you and your family.
You do.
And so I want to know, can you tell me a little bit about Buns LaHood?
Seriously?
Let's go, Buns.
That's the nickname for my
Come
wife.
on, Hump Buns LaHood.
That's what I call my wife.
Okay. And can you tell me a little bit about the cross-examination with Stephen West? How did that go? Come on now. Come on.
No, it's okay. I have
It's
one
okay?
question and one question only. It didn't end well.
Well, I love you, my brother. I'm so happy that you're here. And welcome to the house.
Thank you. You too. Love you too.
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for
Will the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions?
Rep. LaHood,
Will
Yes,
he?
ma'am.
He does.
would you agree
Oh, sorry.
did you yield?
Yeah, I yield for questions.
Would you agree that while this may be your first bill, your real legacy in this chamber is your flawless tie and pocket square game?
Thank you.
Is that a yes? You understand that?
I
You
won't
appreciate
argue
that?
with you.
And isn't it true that while we're on opposite sides of the aisle politically, we're absolutely aligned when it comes to fashion, footwear? Can you kick your shoes out?
I try to align with you, but you got me beat.
No, I don't. And so, would you be willing to admit on the record that you are the most dangerous man in this building when it comes to telling off-color jokes? And would you like to share one now? And wait.
I am not advised.
Hold up, because you are the very definition. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. What happens on this floor stays on this floor. Is that
I am not
accurate?
advised.
You ain't advised, okay. And so,
She can go.
you may not know this, but where do you sit on this floor?
Oh, 131.
Whose desk is that in front of?
Miss Jones.
Okay, is that me?
Could be.
Okay.
Allegedly.
So did you realize, so is one of the things you like to do is kick back in your chair?
Why does everyone say that? Yes.
Okay, all right. So I just want to please be advised that every time you kick back in your chair, you knock my iPad down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You don't feel that?
I don't.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And that's okay. I know you don't do it with malice and a forethought. You got that, right?
Yes.
You got it? Okay. That's a criminal defense and criminal defense joke. And finally, would you agree that while we may vote differently, sit in different caucuses, and argue different points of law, we sit close enough to know that mutual respect and a solid sense of humor go a long way in this place.
I would disagree. I'd call you my friend.
I appreciate that. I consider you my friend as well. In any case, I want to congratulate you on your first bill. Welcome to the House. I'm proud to serve with you.
Thank you so much. Speaker, I move passage.
I believe you still have more
wait, hold on a
questions to
second.
go. Mr. Raymond, for what
Speaker,
purpose?
Very quick. Would the gentleman yield for a question? And
Will
really-
the gentleman yield for a question?
I will yield if it's not a Trump impersonation.
No, it's not.
Gentleman
No, it's
yields.
not. I'm very serious in what I'm. So your predecessor, your predecessor was who? But hey,
The fart machine.
Who was your predecessor? Who?
Stephen Allison.
Stephen Allison. Well, I want to tell you something. You beat him, right?
Yes, sir, I'm
You
here.
beat him. Well, I want to tell you something as a Democrat. I am so happy to see, for the first time, we elected a Democrat in that district. Thank you so much. I appreciate you worked hard, you campaigned hard. We won that seat. We won that seat. I want to thank you.
That was pretty. That was pretty good.
Yeah. You are a Democrat, aren't you?
No.
What? You're not?
No.
Dude, I've been watching your votes. I've been watching your votes, cheering you on. Actually, you vote more liberal than me. But if you're not, then you must be a member of the RPT. The Rhino Party of Texas.
Mr. Speaker,
Mrs. Wiener, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some
Will
questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I move for questions.
That is not proper.
I yield for
Representative
questions.
LaHood,
Gentleman
but
yields for questions.
but we'll work on that. We'll work on that. Representative LaHood, do you know what I have in my hands?
My file.
Yes, I have a few questions
Yes, ma'am.
regarding the content of this file. The first is there's some sort of curious instructions on the layout that I believe was written by your staff.
Okay.
It specifically says, do not ask to be excused. Could you please explain?
I have no idea. I didn't look at it.
Do you have a habit of asking to be excused when you should not?
No.
Okay. I also see this note about after you answer questions or there are no questions. Did your staff know this was your first bill and that we would have questions?
I'm assuming so.
I also, Representative, do you know what these are?
I'm not wearing my glasses.
It looks like a stack of one-pagers on this bill. And as I assess it, it appears there are enough for every member in the House. Did you hand these out to us?
I did. I guess y'all must have hazed me and put them back.
Are you going to be in trouble with your staff for this, all their work sitting here in your file?
I am not advised.
All right, well, one other interesting bit of content in here. This may slightly relate to one of Representative Jones's questions earlier. There's a flyer in here about a specific piece of legislation, not this bill, but so it's law enforcement supports X bill.
This is my bill.
And there's some artwork on the back of this flyer. I hear you're an artist of sorts. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'm not advised.
Okay. Well, is there anything you'd like to say about some of the artwork we've discovered? All right. I'll just bring it down. So you
Okay.
can see.
Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I move
Mr.
passage.
Lujan, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I yield for. Oh, they put something in there. I yield for questions.
Gentleman yields.
Representative, I'm so glad that you're here. You know, we're good friends and all that. I just want to know, are you learning a lot here?
I am.
Are you learning every day? Are you?
Yes.
I have a question for you. How do you learn Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that was me. That's why I let you take my folder.
So let me ask you a question. You said you're learning every day, correct?
Yes, sir.
How do you learn? Sometimes when I know we have a point of order and you're sneaking off to play ping pong, is your ping pong game getting better also?
I think it is.
And I got one question, so I'm going to be real brief. Who's the better ping pong player, myself or Bojani? Remember, we're the Republicans, so. Answer.
I'm not advised.
Okay. Good answer, good answer. Yeah, welcome to the House, brother.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Lopez for what?
Will the gentleman yield for just one real quick question?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Thank you very much. I'm really, really
The gentleman
curious.
yields.
I was in San Antonio a week and a half or so ago, and did you get a crown? Where is it? I haven't seen you with that crown on. Are you going to bring it to the floor and wear it at least one day?
My wife has the crown.
I thought that was your crown. I look forward to having you wear that crown. I'm glad that
Thank
you're
you.
in the House.
Speaker,
Thanks.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4176. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting aye. Show Ms. I'm getting to you. Swanson voting aye. Show Ms. Isaac voting aye. Have all voted. There being 140 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 4176 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4202. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4202 by Swanson, relating to proof of identity of a person making an acknowledgement of a written instrument.
Chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simple bill allows our U.S. service members stationed in Texas to use a notary even if they do not have an acceptable ID. Members, I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Swanson.
Chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to explain the amendment.
This bill this amendment just says that if the bill gets 2/3 in both houses, it will take effect immediately. So move adoption.
Ms. Swanson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Ms. Plessa, for what purpose?
Can you just wait 1 minute? We're having a
Yes,
hard
ma'am.
time pulling up the amendment.
You bet. Ms. Swanson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Swanson to close on the bill.
Members, let's
Mr.
take care of our
Speaker.
service
Ms. Flores, for
members.
what purpose?
I'm sorry. Does the gentlewoman yield for a
Will
question?
the lady yield for
Of
questions?
course.
The lady
Thank
yield.
you. I'm sorry. I've been running around all over, and I'm a little disorganized. But I just wanted to make sure this was the bill that came before us in the JCJ committee, correct?
Yes.
And is this the one? Is this the notary bill? The one that says you're cleaning up the discrepancies between?
Yes,
say-
right.
Can you tell me, just explain it real quick?
Absolutely. Probably the easiest way to understand why this would come up is just explain here. Many states allow a military member and some allow the spouse to carry their state driver's license after it is expired. As long as the expired driver's license is paired with an active duty military ID or dependent military ID for the spouse, the state driver's license is considered valid even though it's expired. It would not actually expire until 30 days after discharge from the military. Often soldiers and their spouses will only renew their state driver's license when they are in their home state for a visit, but they do not have to renew it until discharge. It was not a problem prior to the military removing the signature from the military ID. Texas law requires You really want to know all this?
No. I was just asking, is this the...
This is it, yes.
The notary bill that they have to present a valid ID? They can't just identify the person because the one law said they have to ID?
Right. Once the military IDs dropped the signature, if they had an expired license, then they couldn't get a notary here. So this lets them do that.
Oh, okay. Okay, I just want to make sure I was on the right, that
Yes,
was it.
right. Okay,
Okay, thank you so much.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4202. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cunningham voting aye. Show Ms. Plessa voting aye. Have all voted. There being 139 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 4202 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2180. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2180 by Cunningham, relating to a waiver of the preservation of evidence and the return of a seized weapon in a criminal case.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cunningham to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I move to...
I'm sorry. The chair recognizes Mr. Cunningham for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2180 until 9:30 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair has none. So ordered. The next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3528. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1729. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1729 by Miles, relating to the registration and inspection of vehicles.
The chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1729 is a cleanup bill regarding vehicle inspections related to the rental car fleet. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1729. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Queenie voting aye. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia of Bear voting aye. Have all voted. There being 137 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1729 is passed to third reading. Mr. McQueenie moves to lay House Bill 3528 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3658. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3658 by Morgan, relating to continuing education program contents and format relating to building codes for insurance adjusters.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morgan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3658 would just require insurance adjusters, public adjusters to take 1 hour of building code upgrade coverage so they understand how buildings are put together and how that changes. Move adoption.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3658. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Have all voted? There being 119 ayes, 16 nays, House Bill 3658 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 21. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 21 by Gates, relating to housing finance corporations, authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gates to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Last session, members, we did reform to Chapter 303, which was called the PFC, Public Facility Corporations. Unfortunately, the industry then moved to another section under Chapter 394, and these are chapters that they can use to wipe out their property taxes and under the guise they're going to provide affordable housing. HB 21 is a reform bill for the HFCs currently under Chapter 394. A private developer can partner with an HFC to acquire an existing residential development or construct a new one and obtain an indefinite tax exemption for the property. There's no defined requirement for any true rent affordability that must be provided in return for receiving this exemption. HFCs are currently providing property tax exemptions to properties within and outside the territorial jurisdiction of their sponsoring entities, allowing private developers to use HFCs as a tool to pull the property off the tax rolls anywhere in the state. This bill seeks to ensure that HFCs provide a public benefits to its community in the form of actual affordable housing and multifamily residential developments by establishing geographic limitations on the HSC area of operation and certain restrictions that must be met for favorable tax treatment, and establishing additional affordability requirements that must be met for this tax treatment. And it requires an annual independent compliance audit, which must be submitted to the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, and providing further guardrails and transparencies to HSCs. If they want to operate out of their jurisdiction of its sponsoring local government, HB 21 requires it to get the permission from the local government authority and from any pre-existing HSCs formed by the local municipality or county. And finally, I think it's important to note that without this reform, through HB 21, cities and counties may be forced to raise taxes to cover services for the constituents because the tax base isn't receiving tax revenue from these HFCs, which puts the tax burden on our constituents and the state while not providing the public benefit of affordable housing and reduce rent to tenants. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. The HFCs that currently have tax exemptions, does this bill affect them?
It affects them. Is it a traveling HSC or one outside of their jurisdiction or one in their jurisdiction?
Either way.
Well, outside their jurisdiction, they're going to have to January of 2027 to get, or 26, to get approval from the local jurisdiction that they're currently operating with that complex.
So the current tax exemptions that they exercise is based on this bill could be retroactively taken away.
No, they would. Well, that would be up to. They'll have to negotiate with. If they don't accept it, then they can just disband as an HFC.
But
where they run the risk of having to deal with the fact of how they've been operating is there's currently an AG opinion that's in the process of being worked that could, if establish that they have been operating illegally by misapplying the code and getting that a tax exemption, and that's a risk. In addition to the AG opinion, there's been 2 different localities where there's been temporary restraining orders put on the traveling HFCs that in those court cases, if they prevail under those court cases, that could also wipe out.
So that sounds like a long yes.
Well, my bill doesn't my bill doesn't deal with going back. Those court cases, if they're successful, that would unwind those deals.
Your bill doesn't wipe out or increase the requirements for the tax exemption to remain?
For existing ones, going forward, those that are operating currently under the Chapter 394, they will have 10 years before they have to come in compliance or upon sale or refinancing.
So your bill actually imposes additional requirements on these HFCs that currently have tax exemptions. Is that correct?
Yeah, if they're receiving a tax exemption, if they're operating within their jurisdiction, then they will have 10 years before they have to come in compliance with the new rules of Chapter 394 or upon a sale or refinance. What they have to do by January of 2026 is they'll have to come into compliance with the new tenant requirements, which is protection of tenants. Those are non-economic requirements, things like having to take vouchers and giving certain rights to tenants.
I don't want to take up too much time of the members today, but essentially you're changing the rules for those HFCs who currently abiding by certain rules, and you're changing the rules so that now, in my opinion, that's going to represent an unconstitutional change, and I'm wondering whether you've thought about that or not.
No. Well, currently what I've seen in these, and the reason we need the reform, is Chapter 394 is about providing affordable housing. And what's happening is they're getting 100% property tax exemption, but they're not providing any affordability. So they're getting the exemption, but they're not doing what's required. Their rents on all of these projects, when you look at, after they go and get the exemption, they put together these brochures and they go out and raise money. And in the brochures, they very plainly say, we get 100% property tax exemption, but we're not having to reduce any of our rents. And they even have in there how they can raise their rents. So what they're doing is the very opposite of what they're supposed to be doing under this program.
So you are changing the rules for them, though,
no,
again.
they have misused a tool. And so we're trying to now bring in the guardrails and said, look, if you want to use this tool, if they want to continue using the tool, if they don't want to, then they can just put the property back on the tax roll and just operate as they always do. But if they want to continue after 10 years to get the property tax exemption, then they're going to have to provide some kind of affordability, and that affordability is going to be verified through an audit.
I'm just trying to determine whether you're changing the rules that were in place when they got the tax exemption, when these HFCs got the tax exemption. You're changing the rules now for those, not going forward, but the ones in the past.
Now, Mr. Dutton, the whole reason the legislature came up with
That's all I'm asking.
Can I answer the question?
No, you can answer it yes or no.
No, I'm not going to answer it yes or no, but let me
Well,
answer
then
the question.
Mr. Speaker, I raised a point of order against further consideration of CHB 21 on the grounds that the bill analysis is inaccurate and violates House Rule 4, Section 32C2.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Mr. Gates to continue on the bill.
Do amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gates.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gates to explain the amendment.
Can you need a copy of it, sir? Okay.
This amendment makes clarifying and perfecting changes to the bill, as well as provides changes based on conversations with industry stakeholders to give existing HSCs more time to come into compliance. Move passage.
Ms. Cole, for what purpose?
I would like to ask the gentleman questions. Will the gentleman yield?
On the amendment or on the...
Yes, on the amendment.
Will the gentleman yield for questions on the amendment?
Go ahead.
The
I
gentleman
guess.
yields.
I would just like for you to kind of walk us through this amendment where you're changing the occupied households. Can you just explain to us a little bit about what you're doing here?
Are you talking about the amendment?
Yes, the amendment.
And which part of
I'm
the
look-
amendment are you talking about?
I thought I saw you go the units. I guess this is section 2 with the maximum market rent. Can you just walk us through exactly what you're doing here?
We're giving you a definition of what maximum market rent is. With respect to a particular income restricted unit, the average annual rent charged for all non-income restricted units in the development having the same or substantially similar floor plan as the income restricted unit. So that'd be basically the effective rent of whatever is a comparable unit at the same property.
Okay. So are these the sums that are going to be deducted to contribute to the affordability of the property? I know you're the expert on this, Mr. Gates. I'm just trying to make sure I understand it. I've heard a little bit from my counties about it.
Well, you establish what is the effective rent or maximum rent at the property. Then you have to create affordability by reducing your rent below that.
Okay.
And the total of all the rent has to match with the next amendment that we're doing, 50% of your tax exemption. So 50% of your tax exemption, you have to demonstrate through an audit, is going to reduce the rent to the tenant below your maximum market rate at that property, so that you're suffering an income loss in return for receiving the tax exemption.
Okay. Well, that's all the questions I have on the amendment. I have some other questions for you.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
the gentleman yield for some questions.
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Gates. I don't have a question about this a specific part of the amendment yet, because I just saw it as you were laying it out. I think you basically described it as some clarifying changes, I think is how you characterize the amendment.
Correct.
Okay. Well, this is a 3-page amendment, and I see a lot of underlining in here, so it's doing a lot. So can you just walk through the amendment and exactly how it's changing your bill?
Section 394.004, which is lines basically 1 through 14. It's about making sure that that it's for residential, multifamily, and also to include an HFC can do mortgage assistance for people who are in homes and single-family homes. If you look at Section 2, which is lines
Okay,
8.
so can I pause you there? So you're changing multifamily to also include single-family homes?
No, that's already just clarifying that
Okay.
a residential development, and you also have an HFC can also do mortgage assistance and single-family home assistance. That's what an HFC can do.
Okay. What is the significance of changing, striking persons and substituting with households in line 7? I mean, what is the impact of that change?
Just the household can be one person, singular, or it can be persons or multiple people.
Does that create a substantive change in how the program operates, or is it just
Nope. No.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and continue. So that's the first.
Section 2 is just talking about bonds, and Section 3 just defines a maximum market rent. Section 4 is just...
Actually, if I could, let me pause you again, Mr. Gates. So on Section 2, you're striking lines 14 through 17 in the bill, and then substituting the language in Section 2. So what are the lines you're striking in the bill? That's 14 through 17, but what is the substance of those lines?
I'd have to go back and look at the bill.
Okay, well, it's page 5 of the bill. Strike lines 14 through 17.
Well, I can just tell you that what it is just clarifying, the rationale behind it is making sure that you can still do bonds under an HFC is about doing bonds. But that's a separate of what I'm trying to deal with through the reform is dealing with multifamily units that are getting the property tax exemption.
Okay. So under Section 2, subsection 2, it reads, the units in the multifamily residential development are reserved in the manner provided by Section 394.9026C1. What is the manner provided by?
I don't know what you're getting at.
Well, okay. Do you have your amendment in front of you?
Do I have what?
Do you have the amendment in front of you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm on page 1 of the amendment, lines 22 through 24. You're adding language that says the units in the multifamily residential development are reserved in the manner provided by Section 394.9026C1. And so, I'm not super familiar with this area of law or of the statute, so I'm wondering what the manner provided by that section refers to.
I can go to 394.9026. See, right, I know that it's going to be talking about 50% of the units of the residential development have to be occupied by individuals and families who are earning less than 80% of the average median income.
Okay, so that's what that section of statute refers to? That's the manner described by?
That's under Section 2 of my amendment, which is dealing with Section 394.9025.
Okay. Well, I'm wondering about 394.9026, because that's what's referenced in the amendment.
Right. It's referenced again, I guess, in 394.9026C1.
Okay. I guess my question is the words in the manner provided by. What is the manner that is provided by that section?
Okay, where are you?
I'm still on the amendment.
Okay, the amendment. In what
page,
line?
Page 1, line 22, 23, and 24.
Okay, the units in the multifamily residential development are reserved in the manner provided by Section 394.9026. And what I'm telling you is that 50% of the units of the complex have to be reserved for people who make 80% of the average median income.
Okay, so that's the manner provided by Section 394.9026.
I don't know if that's all of it, but that's the best answer I can give you at the moment because I don't have the entire. I'd have to go look at the entire code of the Chapter 394.
Okay, you don't have that with you. Okay.
No.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to that. Why don't you? You were starting to talk about Section 3 of the amendment. Go ahead on that. What does Section 3 do?
That's just defining the what maximum market rent is.
Okay. And on Section 4, you're striking the word rate from the bill?
It had rate rent, and the word rent should have just been in there.
Okay. On Section 5, you strike third and substitute first. What does that refer to?
What Section 5 is addressing is the amount of the tax abatement that has to be used for rent reduction, and to the extent that rent reduction has not been met, then, well, in the bill, it's currently at 60%. I have an amendment that we're going to change it to 50%. Now, through the audit, if it's determined that you only provide it.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Move to extend the gentleman's time.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears. Members, this is the first extension. There's a motion to extend the gentleman's time. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman's time is extended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Gates, so I heard what you said, but the text of the amendment reads on page 8, line 20, strike third and substitute first. So what is the third and the first refer to? Is that a day of the month?
Okay, what section are we on now?
This is page 2 of the amendment, section 5, which is on line 4 and 5 of page 2.
Yeah. What it's talking about is that your the tax exemption is going to be 50% of your taxes. So you have to give 50%. You're going to have to demonstrate through an audit that you're reducing the tenant's rents below the market rate for a total of 50% of your tax exemption. If you come up short, and the audit shows that you come up short, then what you have to do is take that delta, that difference, and you have to reimburse back to the taxing authorities the difference so that at the end of the day, you have suffered a 50% of income loss to get the 100% of the tax exemption. So either if you come up short through the audit on actually reducing it below the rents, then you're going to have to reimburse back to the taxing authorities.
Okay. I think I understand what you said, but it respectfully doesn't answer my question because the amendment says strike third and substitute first. So my question is, third what and first what? Is it third day of the month? Is it?
Okay. I'll have to go look at the.
Well, it should be in the bill. It's
the bill.
Page 8 of the bill, line 20.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, but what that's referring to is if you get the property tax exemption, once it's acquired, we had it the third year, you get the tax or you have to meet the audit requirement, but it's actually going to be the first year, not the third year.
Okay, very good. Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. Okay, I was just trying to figure out what first and third referred to. Was it a day? Was it a month? It's a year. Okay. Okay, so section 6, what is that changing?
It's if you buy an existing property that has tenants, you obviously can't meet any affordability because you haven't, all those tenants will be under a contract and they may all be paying market rate. So what it says is you have 2 years to transition 50% of those tenants to lower rents. In the meantime, in that 2 years, since you're not providing any affordability, you're only going to be getting a 50% exemption, because that difference, since it's zero that you're providing right from day one, then you're going to have to basically take the 50% exemption that you earn under this, you're going to have to pay it to the taxing authorities.
Okay.
And over the 2 years, as you transition those tenants, you either move in tenants at a lower AMI level and reducing their rents below your maximum market rate.
I see. Okay. All right. Section 7.
Originally, I had you reimbursing any difference that's been identified through an audit to the Texas School Fund. Instead, you reimburse it proportionately to all the taxing entities that are affected. So that would include typically your hospital, your port authority, the county taxes, the city taxes. So instead of just giving it to one, the permanent school fund, you actually give it back to all those taxing entities that have been affected.
I see. So it's going to go to proportionally to school district, city, county, hospital district, community college district?
Correct.
Okay, great. All right, section 8. It looks like is that just a conforming change? You're striking subsection C and then substituting subsection C1, 3, 4, and 5. I assume that's just a conforming change. Okay. All right. So then section 9, you're striking lines 22 through 27 on page 21 of the bill and adding some language there. So what is that doing?
What that is that you have 10 years from the effective date of this legislation to, if you're an existing HFC, then you continue operating the way you are, but you have, in 10 years, you have to then, you're going to become in compliance with this new HB 21. Or if you sell or refinance, upon a sell or refinance, then that would trigger you having to come into compliance with this rule. So you have a 10-year ramp to come into compliance.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, it was just, it's a lengthy amendment with 9 sections, so I wanted to make sure we understood what everything was in this amendment. So thank you for answering the questions. I appreciate it.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Gates. So first I want to say I really appreciate you tackling this issue. It's complicated. There's a lot of layers to it. There's a lot of money involved, and that's why I just want to make sure we're clear on some of this stuff. So just on the amendment, I know that you all have just talked about this a little bit, but I'd like to understand this term, maximum market rate rent, because that term confuses me.
What confuses
It doesn't
you?
comport with what I understand about this. So can you first explain how that's part of the definition of?
Short answer is it's the effective market rent at that property.
Mr. Speaker, I'm having trouble hearing him.
It would be basically, short answer is effective.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
It would be whatever is the effective market rate at that property for that particular unit. So if a 2-bedroom is renting for $1,000, that's your effective, that's your maximum market rent.
So affordable rents, we fix those based on a calculation of area median income and some portion of that, right? And market rate changes with the market. So every time you relet a unit or as conditions change, it could change the market rates. So are those two things seem to be being tied together in this phrase, maximum market rate rent, and I'm not sure I understand how those two things comport.
Let's say you have 3 units. One's at 1,000, one's at 1,010, and the third one's at 1,020. Then your maximum market rent for those 3 units is 1,020.
I'll just be frank. I've gotten concerned from stakeholders that the term is not well defined. And so I'm concerned that that could introduce uncertainty.
I move passage.
Adoption, you mean? It's fine.
Mr. Gates sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? There's objection. Vote aye, vote nay, division vote. Show Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso voting aye. Show Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas voting nay. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Strike the board. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of El Paso.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the amendment.
Good evening, members. This amendment is acceptable to the author. After we all know this is a very complicated issue. After we're talking to industry and the bill author, there has been a compromise that has been reached. What this amendment does is simply strikes 60 and inserts 50, and it redefines the annual rent reduction into the total amount of annual rent reduction. So just to provide some background, this bill requires a certain share of the tax savings that an HFC receives must go towards reducing rents at property. This amendment would lower it from 60 to 50. It is important to ensure that these deals provide meaningful, affordable housing in exchange for general 100% property tax exemption. It is also important that this benefit test not be so restrictive that it makes these projects infeasible. This strikes an appropriate balance of ensuring that it is a real public benefit provided while also taking development feasibility into consideration. So members, this is agreed upon language that the author and the stakeholders have all come together, and I'm happy to bring to the floor. I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Ms. Gonzalez sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of HB 21 under Rule 8, Section 1, on the grounds that the caption fails to give reasonable notice of the subject of the bill.
Please bring your point of order down front. Ms. Collier raises a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for HB 21 on the grounds that the caption does not provide proper notice of imposition, authorization, increase, or change of tax. A housing finance corporation is given a period of time in Section 13I to comply with the new requirements of the bill. By its plain terms, this provision is a transition provision, and it does not independently impose, authorize, increase, or change a tax. And the chair is unable to find any language in the committee substitute where a tax is imposed, authorized, increased, or changed. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of El Paso.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an agreed-upon amendment that helps our ESDs and rural firefighters, and I move adoption, and it's acceptable to the author.
Ms. Gonzalez sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Does anyone wish to speak on, for, or against House Bill 21? Ms. Collier, for what Ms. Cole, for what purpose?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for the author.
Let me recognize the author first.
Okay.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gates to close on the bill. Ms. Cole, for what purpose?
I would like to ask the author a couple of questions before he closes on the bill.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Gates, we had a little bit of a discussion in committee about whether or not this bill had retroactive implications. Can you tell me what is your intent with respect to the existing deals that housing finance corporations are in right now?
There is no retroactive on tax exemptions.
There are no retroactive implications. So this bill will have no effect on existing housing deals.
There's no retroactivity on the tax exemption.
So we know that to affect existing deals is unconstitutional. So you're saying that you're not expecting any constitutional challenges on this bill?
No.
Okay.
Move passage.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to raise a point of order against further consideration of committee HB 21 under House Rule 4, Section 32C1, that the bill analysis is materially and substantially misleading, makes a misleading statement.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Gates. Mr. Dutton raises a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for House Bill 21 under Rule 4, Section 32C1 on the grounds that the background and purpose statement in the bill analysis is substantially or materially misleading. The background and purpose part contains two uncontested factual statements. First, that HFCs operate outside the territorial jurisdiction of their sponsoring entities. And second, that they remove property from local tax rolls. The further statement that there is a lack of a benefit to taxpayers or renters is a reasonable inference from these uncontested statements and explains the purpose of the bill. The legislative findings under Section 39.002 Local Government Code simply state hoped for benefits of establishing HFCs and do not mean that there is no basis for the opinion of the author. Any disagreement here is one of policy, not procedure. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled. Mr. Gates to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 21. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Toth voting aye. Show Mr. Bell of Montgomery voting aye. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all voted. There being 100 ayes, 35 nays, House Bill 21 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out House Bill 2180 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2180 by Cunningham relating to a waiver of the preservation of evidence and the return of a seized weapon in a criminal case.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cunningham to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2180 seeks to address a problem experienced by local law enforcement agencies, forensic science centers here in Texas, and increasing inventory of property evidence. Currently, law enforcement rooms around the state are required to hold on to evidence during a court case in which the defendant has already pled guilty. House Bill 2180 would allow defendants who have entered into a plea of guilty or no contest, acting with counsel, to waive their right to preservation of evidence in a case that is applicable. The defendant has 120 days after signing the waiver to object to the planned destruction of any evidence, and the bill does not allow the waiver to be used as part of a plea bargain. Finally, the bill, the bill allows crime laboratories to preserve any evidence it deems necessary to comply with accreditation requirements.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for
Will
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Rep. Cunningham, would you agree that plea hearings can be overwhelming and emotionally intense for defendants?
Yes.
And do you know if it's true that defendants are often making major decisions in a short amount of time under significant pressure?
It can be, yes.
As to understanding the consequences, what's in place under your bill to ensure a defendant fully understands what it means to waive their right to preserve evidence?
Well, in the bill, it requires that the defendant be in the courtroom along with the judge, with the prosecutor, and with his defense attorney.
Well, do you know if there's a requirement that the court or judge personally explain the consequences of that waiver to the defendant?
The bill states that there is a requirement. However, I mean, there could be some clarity added to the bill.
And if a defendant waives evidence and that evidence is destroyed, how would they be able to prove errors later if they file an appeal?
Well, once again, like I said, the bill allows for the defendant, to change his mind. Now, remember, this is not a plea deal. He's already pled guilty. And so in pleading guilty, he has 120 days to reverse that. And that way there's no destruction of evidence.
And would you agree that some appeals and post-conviction relief depend upon having access to that very evidence?
Repeat that again, some noise,
I
background
said,
noise.
Mr. Speaker, I can't hear.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
And would you agree that some appeals and post-conviction relief depend on having access to that very evidence that they might waive the preservation of? If the evidence is waived, if the evidence is not preserved, then that evidence is gone. It would no longer be there for them to use if they appealed. Would you agree with me with that?
After the defendant has waived it, yes.
Yes. And are you aware that preserved evidence has played a central role in exonerating innocent people in Texas?
Once again, I said after the evidence is waived, then yes, that's possible.
Okay. And do you know if this bill as written could unintentionally result in destroying evidence that might later prove someone's innocence?
I don't believe there was any intention to it, Rep.
Right, unintentionally.
Okay.
I don't think you did that. I understand why you did this bill, and I think it makes sense. Would you consider toxicology reports to be scientific evidence?
Toxicology reports
Yes.
are scientific evidence. DWIs, DUIs, urine specimens.
Right. And isn't it true that lab results can be retested or challenged later with better methods or new information?
Well, to my understanding, yes, they can be retested, but once again, excuse me, you know, it's already been proven that that evidence only lasts for a certain amount of time, and as I stated in the bill, it finally allows crime laboratories to preserve any evidence that it deems necessary to comply with accreditation.
Okay, right. I saw that in there. That was a good point. Are you aware that some counties like Harris County have standard plea forms that include a waiver of evidence preservation?
Some counties like Harris County?
Harris County, they have a form whenever there's a plea agreement where it says that the evidence will be destroyed.
I'm not aware of Harris County. As a matter of fact, it was Harris County that brought this to me. I am aware of Montgomery County.
And Harris County does as well. So, and what's the waiting period that people can change their minds?
120 days.
Okay. Those are the questions that I have for you right now. Thank you.
Move passage.
What? I have an amendment. Okay.
You see?
I have an amendment.
Wonderful. Very good.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for
Will
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Cunningham, great bill. My understanding is you've got some very serious evidence backlogs and evidence rooms in your district. Is that right?
That is correct.
And this bill seeks to resolve that problem?
Yes.
And in fact, oftentimes there are firearms that belong to other people that are not the defendant that are stuck in evidence rooms. We want to get those back to the right people, don't we?
That is correct.
Great bill. Thank you.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Harris.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, this amendment puts up guardrails on these waivers to make sure they're knowing and voluntary, not made while the defendant is under duress during a plea. It protects the right to appeal and helps prevent wrongful convictions. This bill is acceptable to the author. I'm sorry, this amendment is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Ms. Jones sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Cunningham to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2180. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cunningham voting aye. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye. Have all voted? There being 135 ayes, 4 nays, House Bill 2180 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 49. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 49 by Darby, relating to fluid oil and gas waste and products and byproducts of that waste.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 49 is a highly negotiated bill between industry and landowners that addresses the single greatest challenge in our state's oil and gas industry, and that is the safe and sustainable management of produced water. I have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is the final piece of the negotiations on House Bill 49 between landowner groups like Texas and Southwest cattle raisers and the industry. This amendment ensures that all surface owners are made whole if there is a spill or error at the wellhead or in transport, and ensures that the liability exists solely in the treating and application for beneficial reuse of the produced water. And of course, it's acceptable to me, and I move adoption.
Mr. Darby sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is not about ownership of produced water. It's about providing regulatory certainty so that industry can innovate responsibly and invest in next generation water reuse infrastructure. And with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 49. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Little voting nay. Have all voted? There being 118 ayes, 22 nays, House Bill 49 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 216. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 216 by Harris Davila, relating to itemized billing for healthcare services and supplies provided by healthcare providers.
The chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 216 is an update to the bill we passed last session to require patients to be given an itemized statement before paying their medical bills. This bill clarifies the methods by which a patient can receive this bill, and I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harris Davila.
Ms. Harris Davila to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment addresses concerns brought to us by various stakeholders, including the Texas Hospital Association, is agreed upon language that clarifies the methods of delivery for the itemized statement. I move adoption.
The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 216. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 133 ayes, 5 nays, House Bill 216 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 346. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 346 by Harris Davila, relating to support for new businesses.
The chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 346 eliminates first-year business fees and requires state agencies to direct at least 5% of economic development, contracting, and workforce funds to support new Texas-based businesses with annual reporting to track progress. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 346. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 346 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 573. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 573 by Wale, relating to a request by a member of the legislature for an unaccounted inspection of a concrete batch plant by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank our joint authors, Chairman Guerin, Simmons, and Hernandez. I also want to thank AGC and TACA for working with us on the language and their neutrality on the bill. So what HB 573 does is it creates a system for TCEQ to prioritize responding to a request for an inspection of a concrete batch plant if 2 conditions are met. One is that an affected person submits in writing a request for an investigation, and secondly, that the affected person's state legislator submits a request in writing for that investigation, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 573. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wally voting aye. Have all voted? There being 102 ayes, 40 nays, House Bill 573 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 565. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 565 by Tepper, relating to a requirement that the ballot for an election to amend the state constitution include an estimate of the cost to that state of the proposed amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 565 would require the Secretary of State to include on a ballot any proposed cost or savings to the state that would result from the adoption of a constitutional amendment. The bill requires the Legislative Budget Board to determine the cost of a constitutional amendment, including whether the cost is one-time or recurring, and notify the Secretary of State of its determination. I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tepper.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to explain the amendment.
The amendment makes technical corrections on the prescribed ballot language and clarifies that the proposed cost only indicates the cost to the state and that there may be cost savings theoretically. It also changes the period of time. We had an reoccurring option, and we had a one-time cost option. Instead, what we've done is there would be an option for multiple years or 1 year or what have you. So we cleaned up the language on that. Move passage.
Mr.
Move
Tepperson's
adoption.
up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to close on the bill.
Members, a simple transparency measure when people vote on local bond packages or tax ballots. Ballots display the cost of the bonds and the tax rates. House Bill 565 would allow voters to also know the cost of proposed constitutional amendments. We lead by example. Move passage.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for a quick question.
The gentleman yield for questions.
I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Not really a question. I just want to thank you for thoroughly explaining your amendment for the benefit of the membership. It's appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 133 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 565 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays on second reading. House Bill 954. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 954 by Spiller, relating to the authority of a county to cancel subdivisions in the extraterritorial jurisdiction of a municipality.
Mr. Spiller. Ms. Groven Hawkins.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentlemen, yield for questions.
Would be happy to yield to questions on ETA jurisdiction at 11 o'clock on a Friday night, absolutely.
Representative, thank you so much
You bet.
for willing to answer my questions. So talk to us a little bit. I'm trying to understand, when you talk about the authority of a county to cancel a subdivision in the extraterritorial jurisdiction, what specifically does that mean?
Well, here's the deal. Currently, counties and cities can determine who has jurisdiction over platting within an ETJ. And currently, under the law, they can reach that agreement. And
Mr. Speaker, I need to hear this gentleman because I've got several little areas in my town, and I need to know how to lead them in the right direction. Thank you.
Please take your conversations outside the rails.
So currently, cities and counties can reach an agreement as to platting within an ETJ or outside an ETJ. So counties have the authority, if they're granted that under that agreement, under the local government code, they have the authority to regulate those. But in the event that there's an issue and you want to cancel a plat, the city doesn't have the authority to cancel that plat. Now, if it's outside the ETJ, the county does, but if it's within the ETJ, the county doesn't either. So it's a void, it's kind of a gap under the law there. And so this clears that up and allows a county to actually cancel that subdivision in the event that that need arises.
So like right now, because I've experienced that, we had a little area called Camelot where the garbage pickup wouldn't occur and the city wouldn't pick up the garbage. So the county tried to work out a deal for another external, a third party to pick it up. So you're saying the county can cancel that plat and bring them in, or?
Well, now, if they have an agreement, the city can control that if it's within the ETJ, but if they contract with the county and give the county the authority to regulate that, they can do so. But if the county wanted to actually cancel the entire subdivision, and that can happen on rare occasions, but it can happen, that currently under the law, there is nothing that allows either a county or a city to cancel that subdivision. So that it creates problems for developers, it creates costs for the city, it creates costs for the county. So this bill, my bill, clears that up and allows for better efficiency and allows them to move forward in that particular area.
Do those people out there have any voice, though? Remember, they moved out in those areas when there was nothing around, and they moved out there for a reason. So there's no voting or nothing that the people can say.
This bill doesn't address that. So whatever safeguards are in place under the local government code relative to that still apply. This just gives someone jurisdiction over this area for cancellation of a subdivision plat in the event that that need arises.
Thank you, Representative, for answering my question. And I want everybody to be clear. I'm not chubby. I'm learning.
Absolutely. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes and 2 nays, House Bill 954 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1953. Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 761. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 761 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo, relating to the rights of crime victims and the enforcement of those rights, authorizing a civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is a bill that I've been working on with the governor's office and some of you here in the legislature. And actually, what it does is it gives an opportunity for the person who happened to be a victim of a crime an opportunity to know about the plea bargain, and not just within moments before it happens, but in adequate time. And it also avails them to services that they may be entitled to. I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Thompson.
Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is an amendment that the governor's office wanted, and it ensures that we protect the rights of crime victims without interfering with the plea bargain process. It also ensures we know which safe, ready facilities are not providing survivors with a trained advocate during their forfeiture examination without jeopardizing access to critical resources. I move the adoption.
Ms. Thompson sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. It's adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Johnson.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. All this amendment does is confirm that the definition of consent in this provision is the same one that's referred to in 1.07 of the Texas Penal Code. Appreciate Chairwoman Thompson taking the amendment.
Ms. Johnson says the amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Ms. Thompson to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 136 ayes and 1 nay, Senate Bill 761 is passed third reading. Ms. Thompson moves to lay House Bill 1953 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading Senate House Bill 2686. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2686 by Dean, relating to the registration of frac tanks.
Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, HB 2686 streamlines the registration process for frac storage tanks used by the oil and gas service industries. This bill would authorize the DMV to issue distinguishing license plates similar to token trailers for frac tanks that does not expire or require annual registration ticket. The fees associated with registration of frac tank remain the same. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 133 ayes and 3 nays, House Bill 2686 passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1441. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1441 by Plessa, relating to the model training curriculum for school district peace officers and school resource officers.
Ms. Plessa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. SROs are becoming more commonplace throughout our state and are often school-aged children's first introduction to law enforcement. They shape kids' lifelong attitudes and sentiments towards our police. House Bill 1441 empowers SRO with more education and a greater opportunity to be a positive role model of good citizenship and public service, someone our kids can turn to for help. And I have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Curry.
Mr. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply clarifies and makes more specific some of the types of training that need to be done. I think that this is a great bill for mental health and for helping out with training our children and getting our children in line and training the people that are dealing with our children from a mental health standpoint.
Ms. Jindal, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields for questions.
So I want to be clear about this amendment. It started off with grief and trauma. You came to me because of what my company does in schools with children, and I helped you draft this. And this will change the potential outcome for these police officers in dealing with children and trauma and all of the things in this amendment, correct?
That is correct. I mean, the author and I came to you for a reason because of your experience in this and the fact that several law enforcement officials have told me that you actually train them in some of these areas. And I thought this would be a good bill for us to talk about from a mental health standpoint and get it out there and pass this through.
Well, thank you for coming to me. I appreciate it. I'm going to support the amendment and the bill.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I move adoption.
Mr. Curry sends up amendments acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Ms. Plesser to close.
I just want to thank my bipartisan joint authors, Representative Tinderholt, for helping me get this bill perfect, and I move adoption.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. Ms. Plesser voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 105 ayes and 32 nays, House Bill 1441 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2734. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2734 by Holt, relating to public assistance program fraud, creating a criminal offense.
Ms. Holt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Talarico, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 2734 under Rule 4, Section 32C1 of the House Rules, on the grounds that the background and purpose section is substantially and materially misleading.
Bring your point of order down front. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, did you know that there's been an unlicensed member arguing points of orders without a bar license for several years now?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Wu.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, within the House rules, is there a limit on how many lawyers the House is allowed to have on the floor?
The chair is not advised, Mr. Wu.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it a valid excuse to be excused from session to attend your law school graduation?
Mr. Wu, that is not in the rule book to my knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, may I congratulate Ms. Erin Zwiener for graduating from UT Law.
Congratulations, Ms. Weiner. Mr. Tallarico raises a point of order against further consideration of HB 2734 under Rule 4, Section 32C1 on the grounds that the background and purpose statement in the bill analysis is substantially materially misleading. There are just two statements that relate to providing background information on the proposal. The first is a vague statement that a local prosecutor made statements that fraud generally was occurring in a locality outside the prosecutor's jurisdiction. The chair notes that the bill is not bracketed or limited to that locality. The other is a conclusory statement that the bill author informed the committee of a general need to mitigate the potential damage to public assistance programs. Because neither statement provides any information specific to the proposed measure necessary to help members make an informed vote, they are substantially materially misleading in purporting to provide the information required by the rule. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1650. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1650 by Canales relating to a special bill of review to reform a final judgment of forfeiture of a bail bond.
Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1650 extends the time period in which a bill of review can be filed from 2 to 4 years on bond forfeitures. Move passage.
Question occurs. Passage Grossman. Record vote. Clerk, read the bill. Have all members voted? Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all members voted? 132 ayes and 6 nays. House Bill 1650 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3161. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3161 by Villalobos relating to a member contributions to the Texas Municipal Retirement System.
Ms. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill simply gives municipalities the option to elect an 8% retirement contribution rate for our police officers. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 138 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 3161 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2876. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2876 by Gerdes relating to the amendment of an existing comprehensive development agreement for a portion of State Highway 130 to facilitate non-tolled transportation projects.
Mr. Gerdes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2876 is a locally supported funding tool to facilitate non-tolled transportation projects. I move passage.
Mr. Schoolcraft, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Mr. Gerdes, could you tell us what this bill does?
Sure. This bill allows TxDOT to revise its existing agreement with SH 130 Concession Company for an additional time if the amendment outlines the public benefit and is agreed to by TxDOT and SH 130. And the funds are used for non-toll transportation projects approved by the counties where they are located.
Okay, what is SH 130?
It's it's the toll road that goes through part of my district, SH 130, sections 5 and 6.
Okay, it runs from Georgetown up in Williamson County down through Travis County, through your county, then down to Interstate 10. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And did you say this bill would extend the the contract time?
Right.
Okay. For how long?
That is to be defined, but not more than 20 years.
Not more than 20 years. Okay. I noticed like the very first sentence where you start adding code in here, the wording is notwithstanding subsection H, etc. So that's the preceding subsection paragraph. Do you happen to know what that says?
Which section are you talking about?
Subsection H. It's not in the bill. This bill starts right after subsection H.
Yeah, right. So, say that again.
All right. Your bill starts off with the words, notwithstanding subsection H, the department shall amend, etc. I just wanted to find out if you knew what subsection H provides.
I'm not advised.
Okay. Well, let's see if this sounds right. Subsection H looks like it says a comprehensive development agreement, and that would be a toll road agreement, with a private participant that includes a collection of private tolls for the use of the toll project, may be for a term not longer than 50 years. So isn't it correct that would set the standard, that a cap for a toll road project is 50 years?
That would, unless this is passed and renegotiated and in line with the public benefit and TxDOT and SH 130.
Okay, but right now, the law is no toll road project can extend for longer than 50 years, and your bill is proposing to let them extend it for an additional 20 years, putting it up to 70. Is that correct?
Up to.
Okay. So I did a little quick chat GPT check on this, and it only had half of the length of the toll road, but it said it generated about $345 million a year in tolls. For 20 years, that's a few $billion. What do the people of Texas get in exchange for letting this toll company generate a few more $1 billion?
Well, you know, this was agreed to by a lot of the local folks that I represent, and I am doing what we're supposed to be doing as elected representatives of the folks we represent, because, you know, we have a lot of growth going on down in Caldwell County, and the folks that are supportive of this is the Caldwell County Judge and the Commissioner's Court, Lockhart Mayor, City Council, Seguin Mayor, City Council, Greater San Antonio Chamber, New Braunfels Chamber and Economic Development, New Braunfels Mayor, Austin Chamber, Metro San Antonio Chamber, Lockhart EDC, Seguin EDC, etc.
Okay, so
what? Go ahead.
What is it that they're getting for that? Are there what roads are going to be improved by this?
Well,
is the toll road going to be rebuilt? What are they going to do with this money?
No, this goes for non-tolled projects, and it's up to the locals to decide what they want this to go for.
Well, actually, I don't see where it says it's up to the locals to decide. The way I read this bill, it's up to TxDOT to decide.
In conjunction with the county.
No, where does it say that?
Well, that's my understanding of the bill.
Well, okay, let's think about this. That's a good point. What is the purpose of this? Okay, they're going to build roads. I mean, I remember I was approached about this project previously, and they said it was to build connector roads to between I-35 and 130. Was that your understanding?
This doesn't have anything to do with the connector roads. This is, I mean, let's see here. So the 130, there's a lot of infrastructure
down
there.
on line 23, it says transportation projects between Interstate Highway 35 and State Highway 130.
Yeah, well,
It doesn't have anything to do with I-35.
Well, it says projects between Interstate Highway 35 and State Highway 130. What does that mean?
That's part of the exemptions, is the I-35 expansion or other tolled projects. This doesn't go toward tolled projects.
So are you telling me there's just going to be, are they new roads that are going to be built? I mean, what are they going to do with this money?
Some new roads, some maintaining of roads that are in desperate need of repair.
Have they identified anything that's going to be done with this money?
Well, that's between TxDOT, the concession, and the local representatives, the Metropolitan Planning Organization.
Well, actually, the way I read this again, it's between TxDOT it's between TxDOT.
In conjunction with the local. And
Show me in the bill where it says in conjunction with the locals.
Well, you want to come down here?
Sure. Well, actually, do you have a copy of the bill right there?
Paragraph J.
Just tell me which line.
Subparagraph J. It's in subparagraph J.
Last few lines.
Last few lines.
All right. It says it must be approved by the county in which the project. They don't get to choose them. They only get to approve whatever TxDOT proposes.
Well, then they don't have to approve it.
Then they don't get anything. TxDOT what? Puts the money someplace else?
Well, I think that they would be working with the locals, don't you?
I don't really know. My suspicion would be if TxDOT has projects planned or will be doing projects, they'll decide they're going to pay for it with this toll money instead of going through appropriations process.
I think that they would be working with my locals that I represent.
All right. Well,
Move, Pat. Go ahead.
Martinez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Sure.
Gentleman yields for questions.
So, Representative, we understand that comprehensive development agreements are a positive when it comes to roads. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, this helps for the maintenance and operation of these roads. Is that correct?
That's right.
So, when we have a road such as SH 130, and we have a comprehensive development agreement, if something would happen to where a company would go defunct or something would happen, it wouldn't go back on the state to pay for that. Is that correct?
That's right.
Right. So these comprehensive development agreements would be a positive for the state and for the locals, to where it's a protection to where we can continue to maintain the maintenance and operation of the road in TxDOT, and so that our public could make sure that their funds are secured. Is that correct?
That's 100%.
Absolutely.
Correct.
You have a great bill, and I'm in support of it.
Thank you. Move passage.
Mr. Schoolcraft in opposition.
You should have learned from your first term. You should have learned from your first term how bad you are.
You told me you were going to vote.
Members, please take your seats. Members, please take your seats. Mr. Schoolcraft in opposition.
all right, I guess everybody's paying attention. Mr. Speaker, members, this bill is a blank check to TxDOT. The toll road in question generates hundreds of millions of dollars per year, and this bill lets TxDOT extend this contract for up to 20 additional years. That equates to several $billion more going to this toll road construction consortium at TxDOT's discretion. In exchange for this incredibly generous concession, the citizens of Texas will get what? We don't know. We just let TxDOT decide what they're going to do with the money, what roads they're going to spend it on, what they're going to do with it.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman
Not at
yield
this
for
time.
questions? Not at this time.
I asked some of our colleagues who have been here for several decades whether they have ever seen this kind of scheme before. Here's the bottom line. This bill is a massive giveaway to State Highway 130 Toll Road Consortium and a multi-billion-dollar funding bonanza for TxDOT. All of this is being done while bypassing all of our standard legislative oversight and safeguards. I'll yield.
Ms. Patterson, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Patterson, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I will yield.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Okay, you asked members that have been here for several decades,
I did.
and they said that they don't support this.
No, I didn't say that. I said they had not seen a scheme like this before.
Okay.
Where you extend a toll road contract for up to 20 years and give TxDOT total discretion on what to do with it.
Oh, well, you know that's not true, sir. TxDOT doesn't have total discretion on these dollars. That's right.
No, I don't know that.
You don't know how TxDOT operates?
I know that what this spells out in the bill.
No, I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you about how
absolutely.
TxDOT operates.
You want to know if that's true, so let's
No,
see
I
what
want
the
to know
bill
how
says.
TxDOT operates,
Any
sir.
funds received.
Members, please make sure you're not talking over each other so we can all hear your debate.
I know you haven't been here in a while.
You asked
but
a
I'm
question.
asking you a question
You
about
asked
how
a question,
TxDOT
and
operates, sir.
Then let me answer your question.
You're not answering my question.
You ask the question, I'll decide how to answer it. The bill says any funds received under this section must be used by the department or on behalf of the department using the department's procurement procedures for the design, financing, construction, maintenance, and operation of non-tolled transportation projects between Interstate Highway 35 and State Highway 30. That's it.
So the bill outlines that the dollars raised will go towards transportation projects in that area, right?
No, it doesn't say that. Somewhere along
in
SH
that
130.
area, in between this area and that area is an
Sure,
area.
absolutely.
Okay, and so when TxDOT funds a project, how do they determine which projects to fund? In conjunction with the local government.
They can or they can't.
In conjunction with the local government.
And in which department, okay? We got 4 counties involved here. How's that money going to be divided between the counties?
Is
we
this
heard,
your
we
district?
heard about Caldwell County. They're
this
the
your
ones
district?
pushing this. What about Williamson? What
Is
about
this your
Travis?
district?
What about Guadalupe?
Is this your district?
My county is in there, yes. One of my counties.
One of your counties is in this area?
Sure.
So they stand to get extra funds for
They
non-toll
may or
roads.
they may not. We have no idea what's
Did
going
you
to
ask
happen
your
with this
local
money.
officials?
They don't know what's going to come with this. They were told, "Oh, yeah, we'll work something out once we figure out what happens
Who told
here."
them that?
The lobbyist for this SH 130 consortium.
So instead of talking
this.
to the bill author or to you as their representative, they only talk to the lobbyist?
The lobbyist talks to all of them. You know how that. Don't you know how lobbyists operate? You've been around
they're
here
not talking
enough
to
to
my
know
entire
how
city
lobbyists
councils in every
operate.
city that I represent.
Members, please make sure you're not talking over each other.
When TxDOT funds a project, the locals are involved.
Which locals? We don't even know which county
Between
this will
point
go
A
to.
and point B that is outlined in the bill.
And the bill author is from Caldwell County. What kind of input will Williamson County have? What kind of input will Travis County have? What kind of input will Guadalupe? But the essence of this is it's the first time ever that we've given TxDOT the authority to extend a contract beyond 50 years up to as much as 70 years. It's their discretion.
Do you have counties in your district that are not included between point A and point B in this bill?
What difference does that make
That's
with
the question
bill?
that I asked. That's what difference it makes.
Well, let's talk about this bill. What does this bill do?
Do you have counties that are not included between point A and point B in this bill?
What difference does that make?
I'm about to
relative
tell you the
this bill?
difference if you'll
Okay,
answer
then
the
tell
question.
Me.
Do you have counties that are not between point A and point B in this bill?
Yes.
Would you agree that TxDOT has a limited amount of funds to build roads in this state?
They will always have limited funds.
So if
They will
TxDOT
always.
has limited
everything we
funds-
do here is limited.
So if TxDOT has limited funds to build roads in this state, and TxDOT is going to get extra money paid for by these drivers to build roads between point A and point B.
I've been here for 40.
Doesn't that free up money for the other counties in your district to get additional TxDOT dollars because TxDOT's not having to spend money out of the highway fund for these counties in this specific area between point A and point
Let's
B?
talk about what this bill does. This bill, for the first time ever, extends the contract or gives TxDOT discretion to extend a toll contract beyond 50 years, up to as much as 70 years. It gives them the discretion to do that, and it gives them the total discretion to decide what to do with the funds.
TxDOT always works with the MPO and the locals on the ground to do projects. That's the way they work. And the locals have a chance to push their projects higher if they will go in and invest some money on the front end on a project. Is that not correct?
That's once they know how much money TxDOT is going to put into that area.
That is not true, sir.
Yes, it is. And then they figure out what the priorities are. They work with TxDOT, but we don't know where TxDOT is going to be putting this money.
Counties will go ahead and do work on the front end of a project to push a project forward so that TxDOT will prioritize that project. Counties do that all over the state of Texas. Surely you're aware of that.
Mr. Patterson, I'm going to say it one more time. We don't even know what county or counties this money will be spent in. We have no idea what TxDOT's purpose, plans, priorities, anything.
Have you asked them?
I don't even know about the legislation until 2 weeks ago. Members, this is a terrible bill. It's a terrible precedent. We've never done anything like this before. I ask you to look carefully and don't let us go down this road.
Mr. Gerdes to close. Mr. Tindall, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields.
I'm pretty confident you and I can change the temperature in the room, right?
Let's do it.
All right. I'm just going to ask a couple questions. Are you aware that Platform Plank 51 of the Republican Party of Texas is against toll roads?
Okay, yeah.
Are you also aware that, are you in Williamson County?
No.
Okay. The platform specifically says that they call on the Texas legislature to abolish existing toll roads and prohibit future construction, returning responsibility for road construction and maintenance to the appropriate jurisdiction. I just want to remind all members that. And so I'm going to be voting against this strictly because of that. I respect how you've laid this out. I'm sorry that it's gotten a little bit feisty, but I'm going to be voting against this, and thank you for lowering the temperature in the room. I appreciate you.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Gerdes, do you represent Seguin?
I do not.
You do not. Is that in Representative Schoolcraft's district?
It is.
Would it surprise you that the mayor and city council in Seguin passed a resolution supporting your bill?
It would not surprise me.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment of House Bill 2876. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Garcia voting aye. Busey voting aye. Mr. Romero voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 88 ayes and 42 nays, House Bill 2876 is passed to engrossment. Members, the Speaker's desk is now clear. Members, we did receive word that Congress Avenue is closed between 7th and 9th for an event at the Paramount. Please take Brazos or Colorado if heading south. Tomorrow, UT graduation shuts down north of the Capitol. Mr. Busey moves that the House recess pending the reading and referral of... Oh. Mr. Busey moves that the House recess until 9 a.m. Saturday. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands recessed.